Kramnik, and many other legends of chess. Streams from the biggest tournaments. World Championship, Magnus vs. Nepomniachtchi, commented by Peter Svidler, Evgenij Miroschnichenko. The Candidates Tournament, Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Exclusive interviews, Daniil Dubov, Viswanathan Anand, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Alexander Grishuk, and of course, awesome educational videos with elite international chess coaches. Play chess, love chess, and subscribe now. New video every week. Turn on notifications and don't miss all the exciting moments of the chess world.
A cousin of Magnus. He was very talented as a young boy. He started reading very early, 3 years, etc., and he was very analytically advanced at young age. This meant that my eldest children, Ellen and Magnus, they are slightly younger than the cousin. And I might have had unreasonable expectations about what was normal. So I considered Ellen and Magnus very normal in a sense. But in retrospect, for instance, the fact that Magnus, he knew all the car brands when he was 2. And he would point to a car and say exactly which car brand it was long before I could see it, when he was 2.5 years old. And he was doing puzzles. All the kids were doing puzzles. They could do a 50-piece puzzle when they turned 2, or before they turned 2. And Magnus did huge puzzles when he was 3, etc. And he did these huge Legos when he was 4. And he had these interests which he pursued for hours and hours at the time, very, very occupied and very focused. And again, I considered this quite normal, partly because of their cousin who had these same traits. But in retrospect, it did make sense when I said to my wife, because I was an amateur chess player and I wanted to start to play chess again as the kids were starting to grow up a little. So I told my wife, I think just before Magnus turned 5, that I think maybe he could be a good chess player, since he has some of these the qualities that you normally see in chess players. And then, but when I tried to teach him chess, he was about, maybe he turned 5 around that time. And both he and Ellen, it was difficult for them. I had heard, for instance, or read that Capablanca, supposedly he watched his father play chess with a friend when Capablanca was 4 years old. And he's supposed to have picked up the rules by watching the games, and he pointed out that his father made a mistake move, and then he went on to beat his father twice. Magnus and Ellen, they were not like that at all. I mean, they could understand the rules fairly quickly, and they were nice, interested children, but how to make 2 pieces work together is very difficult, I think. And that took a long time, so I was not pursuing chess very much with them, and I didn't have any ambitions anymore, fortunately. Which meant that when Magnus really started to get interested in chess, when he was close to 8 years old, I was not pushing in a way, so it was his interest, his thing. So he started to sit by the chessboard at home in the winter when he turned 8, and he was, I could see that he was playing through games from both sides, and he sometimes, when I showed him something, he would repeat it, and then he would play an interesting game where he would allow black to make a mistake so that he could have a nice combination. So that when he was playing his first children tournament at 8.5, he was still more or less a beginner, but he was learning fast. So after then doing okay, he already won the under 11 championship 1 year later when he was 9.5. And then he really made a lot of progress. So the odd thing was that I did understand, and I should have understood, that he did indeed have a lot of what it would take to be a chess player. But I was completely wrong about the progress needed or expected from young children. Because chess takes time, it's very complex. I think I told my wife when he was 5 that maybe he can become a grandmaster. I mean, which was something quite huge for me. And but then I didn't think about that until Simon Agdestein. He looked through a game that Magnus had played against one of his students at the top athletes college. And Magnus had played this game in his first 1 week adult tournament at Gausdal in January 2000. Magnus was 9, and they had played a draw. And Agdestein was quite impressed, and he offered at his assistant Torbjørn Hansen, an FM at the time, now a GM. He could give Magnus some lessons, maybe a couple of times a month, if Magnus wanted. And he told me that Magnus can be a grandmaster in 5 years. And I thought, wow, I mean, he'll be 14. Wow, I thought. Maybe it's just being nice, but that was quite interesting, of course, and he was so enthusiastic about it. Although just a few days later, Agdestein said something about, oh yeah, Magnus is very talented. He can be a grandmaster by the time he's 15. And I thought, it was 14 last week. What happened? Anyway, I don't think he remembered exactly what he had said. So. And then it turned out Magnus became a grandmaster when he was 13, so he was a bit pessimistic. But it was interesting to see that Agdestein was really enthusiastic about Magnus at 9, while I think he brought Magnus to the attention of some international grandmasters who didn't share his opinion. And the reason, I think, was mainly that at 9.5, Magnus was still a newcomer. I mean, he had played for a year, while some of his foreign competitors had already played for many years. Agdestein was looking at the interest and ability to absorb new material rather than his level of play. Because at 9.5 he was still not as good as probably Nepomniachtchi. My wife and I, we always said until Magnus was 16 at least that he should get an education, have a balance in life, etc. But I think one story is rather telling in this sense, in that when Magnus was 6, he was very much into math and numbers. And for the next 9 years, he got more than 1,000 hours of math schooling in primary school and secondary school. While in chess, he maybe got 200 or 300 hours of schooling only. But despite the fact that he got much more schooling in math, he completely lost his interest, because the teachers, although they were very positive and nice, they didn't manage to kind of understand him and create any interest from his side. So, and that, in that sense, we didn't push him in any direction, and he chose chess. If I had tried to push him in another direction, I don't think it would have worked anyway. And maybe he will choose something else later in life. I mean, he's able to pick up new topics when he's really interested in them. Well, for the first 1 year, I mean, he was basically sitting after school, unless he was playing football with friends or football training. He was sitting looking at some chess for himself. And when we were having dinner, we had to kind of call him out. Oh, come on, Magnus, come and join us for dinner. Oh, I want to sit here and look at the chess table. And then I had a few chess books. like Find the Plan of Bent Larsen was one of the first, and he started to quite quickly to look at the chess books. Although it took a little bit time to get going because most of them were in English. So I think probably he didn't read much chess books until he was it was around the time he turned 9 he started really reading chess books, maybe 8.5. And it was hard for me to say how much time he spent on chess because he was thinking a lot. And what was he thinking about? I'm not sure. I mean, probably about chess. But so I used to say that I think he spent, with all the tournaments, etc., he spent at least 1,000 hours on chess the year he was 9 already. And then when he was 9.5 or something, he started to play online at ICC a lot, and some at Play Chess, typically at that time. And then he spent a lot of time on that as well. Well, until he was 5, 6, 7, I mean, he had all these interests. Like he was reading about all the countries in the world and all the municipalities in Norway, and he knew all the names, the weapons of them, and the flags, and number of inhabitants, and all these kind of things. And then he was into sports results, really, when he was 6 and 7. He was reading these sports books, especially results. I mean, well, now I think it's football and basketball, but he liked ball games, really, any ball games. He plays some tennis, table tennis, and also and nowadays he knows a lot about football and basketball these days. I mean, he could probably be in a quiz. Yeah, he was reading a lot, and he was reading about politics and history, but not so much now. I think he's reading a lot of news and articles online, etc. And I think he was asked in this tournament, in fact, what was who would you like to meet, a historical figure? And then he brought back Napoleon, which he was fascinated by, I think, at the age of 11 or 12, and he read a lot about Napoleon. And then he's read about American presidents, American history. That's a good question. I mean, I think as most parents, we understood after a while that children will do what you do and not what you say. So we understood that influence on children has to be indirect in a way. I mean, to tell them what to do, it's not typically Norwegian, and it doesn't work anyway. I mean, you have to try to lead by example, although it's very difficult because we are all humans, frail humans. But with Magnus, of course, it was slightly different because quite early on he had this strong interest in chess. And we try not to do too much to mess with that in a way. I mean, try to be there for him and help him, but in general he's been allowed to pursue his chess interest. Although at some point it clearly had an impact on school. When he was 12 and a half, we took all the children out of school for 1 year to do kind of homeschooling, but mainly to travel. Try to travel through the kind of the footprints and the development of civilization in Europe, starting at Crete and Greece and Sicily and Rome and going north. And so an educational travel, and of course we tried to put this travel also so that Magnus could play tournaments, but without him having the pressure of that being the main focus of the trip, really. We're traveling a lot together, and so I think he probably sees more than enough of me when we are traveling. So we don't spend that much time together in Oslo. I I mean, okay, now for the last year he's lived permanently in his house, where my wife and I also live. So then we see him when he's home sometimes, although he's not much home. I mean, he's traveling so much. But like in the previous years, he was mainly staying in a flat in the center of Oslo, and then he was, of course, not that much around the house. I probably spent more time with him than with the other kids in total, just because of all the traveling for chess tournaments, etc. When we are traveling with Magnus for tournaments, it's slightly different role. I mean, we are parents in a way, but also I'm an assistant of Magnus, trying to help out, basically. I mean, and he's the boss. Yeah, I mean, sometimes he asks for advice, but he takes all the important decisions.
And hello, hopefully. I'm not sure why I still can hear the Henrik interview, but now it's gone.
Okay.
Maybe I know now.
So,
welcome everybody.
could you please tell me how it's going to work? Because now I can see myself, I can see you, Peter, and I don't know.
Yeah, let me do the introduction, and then we'll figure out how this works.
Okay.
Today is a work in progress. We're trying to get the three of us on one call on stream. So it's going to be me, Peter Svidler, and with me Vladimir Kramnik and Evgenij Miroschnichenko. You haven't seen Vladimir yet because he's been silent, but hopefully once he starts talking, he will appear on your screen as if by magic.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I don't know if I will appear. I don't
There
see
it
myself
is.
yet. Now I do. Yeah, but then somebody disappeared.
Yes,
So once. Okay.
This is how it works, and it seems a little bit, egotistical of me to be the only one who is constantly on screen. But I will excuse myself by saying that this is run from my machine, and I don't know how to do it any other way. Otherwise, I would have removed myself and recentered it differently. And let's stop talking about technical issues and hope that they never appear again. What do we think about today? Do we think classical chess is in crisis? Do we think we finally will have a decisive game? So many questions.
Evgeny.
Well, I'll be, as I said, I mean, you guys are responsible for the chess analysis and everything. I'll be representing the degeneracy of a general crowd. So I would say the match is boring, only draws. I mean, they don't want to fight. That's my take, the hottest take ever. Seriously, though, the last game kind of left me a little bit disappointed. It was a little idea, right? Maybe Magnus didn't really expect the Petrov, even though he played it quite fast. I mean, the SSO, well, don't really know. But yeah, I hope something is going to change, because first three games, they were incredibly tense, in my opinion. Once again, I mean, I believe everybody in both chats agrees.
Yeah, what's your take on this? We spent yesterday discussing this with Miro. What's your take on this, Vladimir? Do you think Magnus was unprepared for the Petrov?
Oh, I don't think he was unprepared, but it's more of a problem of a modern state of theory, which is developing more and more, and with nowadays engines, there are more and more lines, very direct openings, which are very difficult to crack, and the play is very forced. And that is a bit of a problem, especially if we are talking about the top level, only actually when we are talking about the top level chess, and that is why, sorry to continue talking about it, but I started to introduce some small changes, variants of chess, just to make it more content and to avoid those, long theoretical lines which are already simply too many, in my opinion. But again, it doesn't mean that the match will be boring, and the type of game which we have seen yesterday it can happen, in the World Championship match, in any tournament. I cannot blame, neither Magnus, neither definitely nor Jan, because, Jan is playing black. He wants the most clear way to equalize, the most straightforward, especially when you are playing against such an opponent like Magnus. And Magnus, of course, he's not happy with the draw, but playing white, but sometimes it's very difficult. Yeah, the openings are very solid. Petrov is a very solid opening, and he was, by the way, I have to mention that he was struggling with it already in the previous match against Caruana, and couldn't really find anything. And maybe the problem, and I'm sure he made quite some work on it, but maybe the problem is that there is, very little you can find there. Yeah. And there is not much we can do. There is no reason to blame the opponents, just to blame the situation in modern chess. It's not dramatic yet, but to me it's pretty clear that it's going to get worse and worse. So that's why I was trying to offer some ideas, some variants where we can try to foresee this issue, this problem, and to do something about it before it's too late, before we become checkers. But again, it's not yet. I want to repeat, it's not yet too late. But it's kind of, you see more and more that it's we are on this way, unfortunately. So, in my opinion, some minor adjustments are necessary already. And sooner than later will be necessary. So we just have to think about it. But anyway, again, it's those are general consideration. But in particular, talking about the match and the game today, I think the match is still quite interesting, and opponents are fighting, are trying to do what they can in those circumstances which I've explained. We have now.
Yeah, just before we move on to today, I just wanted to ask you. I think I know what you will say, but we had this conversation yesterday. I'm wondering what your take would be. The fact that Magnus basically got here more or less without thinking, and then thought in this position for like half an hour. Did it seem strange to you, or did you not find it somewhat mysterious? Because it looks like if you know that you can reach this position, you should continue analyzing it. If it's your novelty, and I assume knight h4 is like something they have looked at reasonably seriously.
You cannot analyze everything in chess, and especially since Petrov is not really the opening which was played too often by Jan. What usually happens is that you prepare for all sorts of openings when you are playing a match, and then against each opening you have a certain idea how to put a bit of pressure at least, and in serious openings you cannot ask for more than just a certain slightly better endgame. Then your trainers are working on it. They see that computer probably, gives some 0-2, a little bit, some pressure. Black still has to be a bit careful. And that's it. You just you play it like this, and then and then you see what happens. And then you start to think over the board. Very often you realize that this 0-2 means nothing. It's just a draw, basically. That is a very usual situation.
I was just wondering because I didn't see the full interview, but the quotes I've seen on social media were basically, he said that he knew that this entire line is somewhat dangerous for Black. And then he got here and started thinking and couldn't find anything, so he just assumes it's a draw. And it seemed like, if you know that this is dangerous, this implies that either you or more likely your team, looked at this at some point, and this is such a forced line that you normally don't really stop there, unless it gives you, some kind of a decisive advantage for white, and you think, okay, Magnus is very strong, he will find it over the board. But it's not very critical. I just wanted...
You see, Peter, I wanted to tell, because I have experience, obviously, preparing in these World Championship matches, and when you're preparing against a very solid, serious opening, I mean, you can spend, the problem is that you can spend a full month trying to search for something more than just a minimal advantage with the probable draw outcome. But you have to, to be careful and to be pragmatic when you're preparing for the match, because you absolutely don't know if this line is going to happen, and probably not. I guess Magnus thought that it's not very likely that Petrov will happen, and it's just a matter of time that, okay, you don't want to spend too much time, and because you're not sure about the result. It's not like if you spend another 1 day or two, you will get some big weapon against Petrov. No, I mean, and then at least you make a kind of, pragmatic decision. Okay, at least it's something. At least I can try a bit. And then if he plays Petrov, if he prepares Petrov for the full match, then during the match, I will try, the whole team will try to find something more significant. So that is a very, very standard situation, I would say, what happened yesterday. And I've experienced it myself a lot, more than once, definitely in my
absolutely. But yeah, I think we probably shouldn't talk too much about that game because, first of all, it's in the past, and secondly, I mean, objectively, it was the driest game of the match so far. So, what do we think? What do we think about today? I think Jan has every reason to be satisfied with how Game 3, worked out opening wise. So,
yeah, I agree. I mean, I think he should repeat probably because. Not that he got any real advantage, but at least it was not sterilized from the beginning. And okay, Black had to be quite precise for quite a long time during this game, and which Magnus managed to do. But still, it was not. I mean, it was a better try than his opponent's try on the game 4. So I think logically, I would assume that he would continue in the same direction.
Miro, what's the voice of the Dejin? Say about this? Do we change up or do we continue with the same? And does maybe Magnus start playing the Sicilian or something?
Does Magnus start to play the Sicilian? It's a good question. No, I actually think once again, guys, you both have much more experience whatsoever. Vlad obviously to World Championship matches and like matches in general, right? But I would think what you do nowadays is you prepare, as we were discussing, like 14 games, 7 white bullets, you prepare like different tries. And with Black, as soon as you're, or as long as you are solid, you don't actually care. So I think if E4 happens, then why not?
Yeah.
Still the Marshal or an attempt to play the Marshal, and we will see what Jan's going to do.
It's interesting to me. I think Magnus, obviously, if Jan just repeats the, not the entire thing, because obviously some deviation will happen somewhere, but if they get to this position, which I think is quite likely, and E4 is on the board in the meantime, I think Jan is likely to play A4 again, and Magnus dislikes B4, so he probably plays Bishop B7 again. And then the question becomes, what changes will happen starting maybe from here? But I don't know what the answer is. Like it's very difficult to judge from the outside how, let's say, Magnus.
My guess that Magnus will. I mean, already after A4, I also believe probably Bishop B7, but then he will deviate a bit because it was not bulletproof what he had done in the previous game, and So my guess and Black has quite a wide choice of
absolutely,
systems
there's
after A4. So that is my feeling.
Yeah, after A4, and even after Bishop B7, I think there is a large.
I mean exactly after Bishop B7 because this I believe it's more in his style. But then he might start to do something else.
Yeah, and we are quite quickly progressing towards this. So very soon we will have more concrete info on what's happening. But my main point was that I think Jan had reasons to be unhappy about Game 1 in terms of the opening outcomes, but no reason at all to be unhappy about Game 3. So I think it's likely he will continue asking the same question here, because I think the reply wasn't entirely convincing. And A4 on the board.
Mm-hmm. Bishop B7, that's my guess.
Yeah. And hello to all the wonderful people in chat. Tarek, Seville, Neil, everybody. Hey there. Yeah, I think he just stylistically, he prefers playing these positions with white. He won some very nice games on the white side of this line with like d3, d6, a5. He beat Levon in one of the St. Louis tournaments with the white pieces in this line. And I think in general, he just, Magnus, I mean, he is just much happier playing this with white than he would be playing this with black.
Yeah, and also those type of positions after before d4, d6, d5. I mean, black has very little chance to, to get some initiative one day. So,
yeah, I think he's done this before, but this is not the most common move in this position, that's for sure.
It's supposed to be not accurate, but again, if Magnus is playing it in the World Championship match, it means, he has a clearly certain idea.
And I mean, the obvious reason why it might not be the most precise move in the position is you can play d4 here, and d6 actually straight up loses a piece to d4. Oh, it doesn't actually. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. And Jan instantly goes ab5, ab5, h3, which is interesting to me. But makes some sense because we are preserving the option of of playing d4 later. But h3 in these types of positions is always going to be a useful move.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of treating the position, and the most important, if that will be something which Magnus haven't analyzed seriously, because that is that can be already then a good choice. Because I don't know what was the plan after c3. I guess they both studied this position. I suppose there are some nuances, because of course it's logical to start with c3 before h3. But I don't know, maybe before or something.
Yeah, before is possible.
Maybe,
maybe the Marshall
before.
still works, but the Marshall obviously will be much worse without the.
It looks, it looks like it should be a much worse version, in the Marshall.
c3, d5 apparently is Duda Carlsen from the World Cup, so he has done this. He has done this before.
Okay.
Yeah, that also explains why Jan is unsurprised by this. h3, he played d6, and now we assume white just goes c3, and we get.
And maybe black will get b4 or something. Yeah, I don't know, because of course. Otherwise, is going to get d4. Well, another point is the question if this kind of strange Zaitsev might be okay. Just playing bishop b7 and d4 rook a8, just to use the fact that now the a line is open and to exchange.
Rook a8.
No,
sorry,
rook a8. Yeah. Of course. I mean, what I mean by playing Zaitsev is just to have the bishop on b7, but. To play rook a8, and then because AB is already played, then you can exchange probably, you can exchange one pair of rooks, and that queen a8, and then, maybe black has, it's quite actually nice for black, to change one pair of rooks.
It might be okay, it might be okay.
I mean, it's an option, at least. Looks like a reasonable idea to use the fact that AB is played, and to use the fact that you don't have the A line and move knight A5. So what else? B4, I suppose, also can be the move, just to try to, and I guess D4 will come, BC, and maybe something very direct to like ED and D5 if it works, just to
something like
this,
something like this also makes some sense. It's one of those positions where I think it makes sense for us to, not go into too deep into any of those possibilities for black and just wait for Magnus to play something, because he has plenty of options here, and it's very easy to get, very lost discussing something that will not actually happen on the board.
Yeah, to me, b4 is a very principled move. Yeah, very principled, because it's logical. You activate your rook, and you change some more pawns. Then the rook on b8 becomes active, unless white has some strange ideas in mind. Bishop a4.
I don't know what that does. Yeah, bishop
d7 or something.
I thought about this, but I couldn't figure out why it's supposed to be any good for white.
Yeah, me too. I mean d4 now, but I don't see why it should be necessarily dangerous. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe it's a little bit better version for white to have the bishop on a4. But in any case, yeah, bishop b7 or b4 or bishop d7. Again, trying to play rook a8, but I don't think there are many other options for black.
Yeah, because you have to be prepared to meet the idea of d4, d5 somehow. The absence of the a pawns actually, creates a two-move threat that you know is coming, and you need to figure out how to deal with it. What do you think, Miro?
I don't think. I just have a question, guys, because you are the expert in all those kind of lines, and it always was a mystery to me when you can and should and when you cannot or shouldn't play bishop e6.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but
because look, I mean, he's done it. Like in the previous game, he went to b7, then went back, then went to e6. Like, I mean, how bad is it? Knowing that, okay, a pawns are already exchanged, and maybe the thing that Vlad mentioned, that one day maybe I'll play rook a8.
I think these structures are, as I mentioned, I think he just doesn't really like them from the black side. I think he would much rather be playing white, and
so the structure
I think
is
he just doesn't like it stylistically, even if it's playable. And b4 has been played, and Jan instantly refuses to push the pawn to squares and goes with a much more quiet move here.
Well, to me, to answer in the question, bishop e6, when to play and when not, there is a very simple and extremely effective way to understand is just to ask the engine. So if the engine says you should play it, you play it. If not, you don't. But I'm kidding, of course, but it's true that very often nowadays players of different levels, including top levels, they just do it when engine approves it. Yeah, I mean, it's maybe sad, but it's true. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case sometimes. So d3, yeah, because I guess d4 takes d5 was something which Jan was not happy about. Probably black would equalize there. I mean, what happened now in the game, and after b4 d3.
Before d3 seems logical, precisely because I have a feeling that d4 and the line that we were showing is not that bad for black, at least. So he is just trying to get a kind of a quieter game. But normally, as somebody who played a lot of these types of positions with black, I would think that once not only the A file, but also the B file sort of disappears like this, black shouldn't be doing that poorly. Because a lot of the problems later on in the Spanish, they come from positions where white can maybe, use the B5 pawn to generate some play against it, for instance. It's often, I mean, not often, but it's a typical source of slight problems for black later on. And now that, two verticals are just completely free of pawns, there are just fewer problems for you to solve, I think.
I would agree with you, Peter, from one point. From other point of view, there is an issue with this knight on c6 here, yeah? Because you cannot really, not clear what to do with this knight. And it's also, since the pawn on b5, disappeared, you almost can never get d5 because bishop a4 will come. So it's, even if two pawns are out of the board, and I'm sure that bc will be played sooner than later, it still looks to me that it might be not so easy for black to equalize. I mean, I quite like the white's approach, actually. Because his plan is clear, knight d2, knight f1, and all those typical moves. And black, what is black going to do? This is, I don't really see immediately how to proceed with black. I mean, not that there is anything bad.
Yeah, I'm actually
thinking
about bishop. I'm thinking about bishop e6 again, honestly. I'm not.
But then I thought
I'm not a huge fan of this structure myself, but precisely because of that thing that you're discussing, the fact that this is a very awkward piece which currently has no moves, and you normally want to move it somewhere in these types of positions. And playing bishop e6 is a bit of a way to solve it, because if the trade happens, then we can play queen d7 and perhaps go knight d8, knight f7, which is, a way to develop it, which they sometimes use in these types of positions. Another way would be...
But what about bishop e6? Maybe I can try to go simply bishop c2 or bishop a4.
Yeah, bishop a4, bishop c7,
c2,
yeah.
Yeah, knight bd2 just to continue in the same fashion.
Also fair,
Still, black needs to understand. To find a way how to, how to get out with his pieces, because white wants knight f1, knight g3, d4. Yeah, so now it's not so easy for black. I have a feeling to. To exchange, because probably what would be good for black is to exchange a couple of pieces.
Absolutely,
that would really equalize, but it's not easy to achieve it somehow.
And another idea I had here, it's much slower, but maybe, also considering what Magnus did in game 3, is to play something like rook e8, h6, bishop f8, knight e7, knight g6. It looks very slow, but white is also not doing very much, so white is probably going to spend the next 3 moves doing things like this, right? So you might have time for it. Like I can play h6, knight bd2, I assume, rook e8, knight f1, bishop f8. I'm also now, I think, happier to play bishop e6 because I can take with the rook. And also...
Okay, I go knight g3, my typical story.
Yeah, let's try this. Just go bishop
a4,
bishop d7, and now I want to go...
Finally, I get my d4.
Yeah, you get... Once you play d4, I have a feeling I might have to do this. I don't know why. I'm not forced to, but my feeling is this is logical. And then who knows? Yeah, bishop b3, I guess, because I think if you take on d7, it's not that bad for black.
Yeah, but maybe even move like d5 or I don't know. Yes, of course it's all bishop b3. It's not, but it doesn't look equal. Yeah, this position.
It doesn't look.
It looks acceptable for black, but doesn't look equal.
Yeah, not completely equal for sure. Yeah. Playable and probably not that bad, but yeah, you don't feel like you absolutely solved every single problem here. So yeah,
I think it's an important moment now, unless Magnus is prepared, and that should be the case normally. Yeah? That he knows, he analyzes position, he knows what he should do here. Otherwise, it's much more comfortable to play with white this position. It visually looks to me that white has quite a nice game. Maybe not much, but doesn't look equal this position to me.
Yeah, I would not be unhappy with this with white at all. I think it's a very nice playable position, and plenty to work with here for white. And yeah, people.
I'm just thinking about d5. Can I just go d5? That is a very radical way of trying to solve problems. Yeah, very radical, but maybe it can work.
Let's take a look. Yeah, so the most direct question, of course, is can I just take it? Yeah.
Yeah, but then even bishop e6 followed by bishop f6 or c6, because of this b line, it seems to me that it must be.
Yeah, bishop e6 is
quite okay.
I'm obviously immediately very tempted to do this, but it's probably not very much, right? Because
it should be okay for black, I suppose.
Yeah, with the knight on e4, I'd be a lot happier about this, but it will take me a long time, and maybe I will never get it actually. Like if I'm
after d5. I'm a bit concerned with about a move like
bishop
ed, knight d5, bishop a4. Immediately bishop a4 also, but then maybe d4 would. Here, maybe d4 is.
It's probably okay.
I don't know. d4. You have to take, but it looks like it's bishop b7 shouldn't be anything for white.
And this is not very much, but takes and bishop a4 might be.
And if bishop a4, but then rook b1 I was saying, but I'm not sure it works. Takes queen somewhere, or b3 maybe even, and then trying to. I don't know if you don't lose. Knight
the knight probably gets picked up. Yeah, I'm not going to get this to work.
You never know, because again, some computer stuff, queen d6. You never know. But maybe by miracle black manages to.
I don't know. It feels like it shouldn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. But my plan was bishop a4, maybe just to play. First of all, there are some strange moves like rook e8, but normally bishop b7 even. Not sure if.
Yeah, this would be a very kind of a Magnus type solution for these positions, and he does go.
Because that looks very, very principled way of playing, and it seems that he had prepared it. I mean, that's pretty sure, yeah. That because you don't play this move quickly if you haven't checked it.
Yeah.
And then it's now it's an issue. Of course, white can go knight bd2, but
then it's...
maybe black can even play d4 or something. Yeah, I mean it's.
Guys, can I mean, have a few questions. First of all, that's a little magical act for the Twitch chat. I can make Vladimir randomly disappear from your screen, as you can see. Yeah, and then a few things. This line with black knight on b1. I mean, I'm not sure, but maybe indeed queen d6, queen b4 would save it. Just okay, if we ever come back to that, maybe we'll check. And then the other line, which seemed remotely interesting when we were discussing. Yeah, by the way, knight d2 played, so it's all irrelevant. When you were discussing bishop a4 immediately, d takes e4, and I just thought bishop c6. Can it be anything? Bishop c6 and take with the queen.
Yeah, a little bit, but it shouldn't be that bad, right? Like bishop d6.
Bishop d6, bishop g5, and then you don't care about the double
I'm pretty sure I don't care about the double pawns. As long as the queens come off,
That's basically the answer.
Yeah, as long as the queens come off, I'm not...
You actually insist on you having the double pawns by going h6.
I think I'm going to force you to take here,
Okay, bishop h4, maybe still. My point is that I want to maintain the pin and maybe get the knight to c4 or e4. I mean, I can do that. Maybe it's a little something.
Yeah, maybe rook b2 now, just to stop knight d2, for instance.
Yeah, that's a cute...
To cut your knight, I don't know. Yeah, but I guess it's all checked, so knight bd2 is the first line, and it's the only chance for white to... I suppose that's just my understanding. So maybe the only chance for white to fight for anything,
Yeah, I assume both of them checked and both of them realized that, trying to win material doesn't work for whatever reason. I still think that it's likelier, knowing Magnus, it's likelier that he was just happy with some kind of a gambit like this. Because this is once again sort of very, very similar to what we had in game 1. Bishop
a8 actually
a8
looks like black. Yeah. Black is just perfectly fine.
We still have that annoying rook b1 threat here, so white has to spend the tempo protecting against that, and then we go bishop f6, c5, rook e8. Very, very similar in spirit to what he was doing in game 1, and he does seem sort of throughout his career as a player of the Spanish on the black side of it, he, I think, time and time again shows that he is very comfortable playing these pawn down positions, which I think is sort of objectively correct. They are normally very decent for black. Okay, so after knight bd2, the problem for black is, like, normally you would just play bishop e6 here without a worry in the world, with the pawns on b5 and b2, let's say, still on the board. But now, this obviously allows bishop a4. And you probably lose the central pawn on e5, which is not ideal.
Also knight
g5,
So I guess d4 is one principal move. It's not doesn't look great, but it's very direct. I mean, my idea is in case of cd4 to take with a knight on d4, and in case of bishop a4 to take dc3, but I'm not sure it will work. Because knight takes e5.
Even knight e5, I was wondering how you are refuting this.
No, I don't see how to refute it. Just, probably there is no refutation. I mean, I just wanted to again to sacrifice a pawn and then for a bishop and then to make a draw somehow, but I don't think it will
Also,
go.
Just from a structural point of view, are we sure we equalized if white just goes, let's say, bishop c4 here?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but in any case, I just saw that d4 is quite a typical idea in this position. I never like to play d4 in this type of position. I don't like the structure for black, but quite often black is happy playing d4, but probably it's not the case in this particular. So I would assume there is d4 or bishop b7, probably two logical moves.
Bishop b7 also looks quite decent. And the chat is informing us that after d4, this might be quite strong. Knight c4, d takes, and knight take with this knight. And if the knights come off, there's a very annoying idea of knight c6, which gives white time to stabilize, I assume, and then the pawn on c3 will become weak.
Yeah, sure. I don't like d4 in general, but of course d4 is very healthy and logical. But then the question is, if after d4 I get this square.
There's a quiet way to play here. You can go bishop d6 and then prepare.
Or bishop c5.
Or bishop c5,
Something more active, which is. again, bishop a4, and then you just give up this pawn. Yeah?
I was trying not to have to sacrifice anything. This is actually quite similar. I will show something just to illustrate. There is a very well-known line which starts a4, b4, d4 takes, d4, d6 takes, knight bd2, and bishop c5, which is sort of similar in spirit to this, but obviously the fact that there are still all these pawns on the board can be both a plus and a minus for black if you compare this position with this position. It's actually very, very similar. It's just that the entire queen side basically has been traded off. In this line, white often tries to use the fact that a6 or even if black play a5 later, this pawn can be a bit of a weakness later, which is definitely not going to be the case here. But yeah, it might be a gambit though. And I don't know.
Not sure, because if I play bishop b7, because I can probably take on e4 then back, yeah?
Yeah, takes. Takes,
knight e5, bishop e4. I don't know about knight e4, I don't think so, but bishop e4
just queen,
sorry.
Just queen d1 actually, it works, yeah?
Yeah, it seems to work.
GF and FE in this has to be a draw, right? Bishop h6 is nothing, rook d5, bishop d6. This has to be a draw. So he does go d takes e4.
I was thinking about knight takes e4, but it doesn't look too serious. Yeah, knight takes e4.
Yeah, I don't think you need to play like this. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's wrong. It seems perfectly fine, but
you can just take on e4, simply.
Yeah, take and
take and then take with a bishop on d1. Yeah, but that is just probably bishop d6.
Bishop d6. Yeah.
I thought maybe rook e4, but yeah, it doesn't also look serious. Bishop f5.
Yeah, why are we inviting all these moves is unclear.
Yeah, it doesn't look serious. So I guess d4, d4. Yeah, that is played. And now the question is where to put the bishop. Yeah, I mean c5, of course, is more natural, kind of more active if it works. Yeah. I mean, as a Ruy Lopez player, it looks very logical to play bishop c5.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other hand, there is this very solid setup with bishop d6. Perhaps we actually do the knight e7, knight g6 thing, and we probably aren't really doing all that poorly either.
I don't see any problem, any reason for black to be unhappy with the position. I mean, maybe white is still kind of nominally better, but it doesn't look like anything which can lead to somewhere for white. I don't know. That's my impression in this position.
Yeah, it's a playable position, but you have to assume that with reasonably precise play, black should be fine. I still, the only real issue is, and continues to be that slightly stupid knight on c6, right? If it was on some kind of a better square, let's say if you imagine the same position with a knight on d7, black is just instantly completely fine.
Even on d3. Yeah, but there are no ifs, in chess. Otherwise, we would not have seen this position if black's knight would be on g6 somewhere. So white would just simply not go for it. I mean, of course, black has some little, minus in this position, but it doesn't seem to be very significant to me. Looks like it shouldn't be a reason to worry. So I agree with Pete. So bishop d6 is a very reasonable move. For bishop c5 is also
we can also start with bishop b7, but I would like to preserve the option of developing it to e6 later. You can definitely play this move, but it sort of limits your options because in some of these positions, you definitely want to play queen e7 and bishop e6 later, and I think it stands quite well on e6.
And also, white might go bishop c2 sooner or later, and then you would probably put the bishop on e6 in this position.
Yeah. So on a more general theme, I will admit I haven't read the entire article, but I did read there was a link to an article on my Twitter feed today. Sort of recapping the first few games, which included the assessment that Jan is playing very conservatively with white, and it was written by a strong chess player who also became a well-respected chess journalist. And I thought, but this is just kind of incorrect in my opinion, and I wanted sort of your opinion, guys, because Jan is playing e4, and he's playing what I think is these days sort of the most principled way to play in the Spanish anyway. So like if this is conservative and trying not to take risks, what exactly is not conservative against the Spanish?
Well, I guess he should really try. I mean, if in this game he doesn't manage anything, he should start trying King's Gambit, Central.
Yeah, exactly. Like
that is a way to play non-conservative. You lose a couple of games and get worse after the opening, but everybody is happy.
Yeah,
that is a definitely makes your life easier, right? I mean, just lose a couple of games with white and problem solved. Yeah, people are happy.
Yeah, because
seriously, I would ask you, Peter, to provide me with the name of this person so that I will know he doesn't know.
No, I'm kind of doing the kind of a weird subtweet thing here, which I don't really like doing because I actually like John Tisdale very much. I think he's a very nice guy. He's been a friend of mine. I mean, we don't see each other very often these days, but I've been on very, very good terms with him for as long as I can remember. And he definitely understands chess and has been writing about chess for years and years, which is why it surprised me so much. Because it was
it is a valid question. Yeah, it's a valid. But the point is that you have to understand the circumstances. What I've been talking about at the beginning of our stream, that there is no really way to what can you do after e4 e5 without taking too much risks. I mean, simply overstepping the limit with risk and to get something exciting and complicated and sharp. It's very difficult. Yeah, Marshall would be definitely the choice some 20 years ago or 50 years ago, but now it's like almost sterilized. So
yeah, exactly.
It's becoming difficult. I mean, you do what you can do, in a given situation, but it's to me quite clear that in general Jan is trying to play, to play chess, to try, with white. It's clear, but it's just very difficult. I mean, simply.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I read that, and once again, I will admit I did not read the full article. So perhaps, as they sometimes do, people sort of creating headlines overstate what the article says just to kind of increase the interest. But I tried answering the question in my mind, like what I would think is the most ambitious approach against Magnus playing the Spanish against me. And I would probably be doing exactly what Jan is doing, because I think, if you accept the Marshall, you are very likely just making forced draw after forced draw, because Magnus has been prepared to play the Marshall for years. He's not going to suddenly start forgetting his analysis. And the opening, I think, is universally accepted to be fine for black. So it's unlikely you get to refute it, and it's much more forcing than what we're watching. So you're probably not, very often you will not even get a game there. And like, why is that better than what he's doing? So yeah, I was just wondering about like the somewhat unrealistic expectations people have, about what you're supposed to do in a world championship match, because I understand, people would like a decisive game, but I think what Jan is doing is absolutely correct. I don't think there is a better way to approach e4, e5 than what we're seeing. And yeah, in the meantime, Magnus did play bishop d6, and I don't mind this move, but bishop c5 did look slightly more ambitious.
Yeah, probably it still doesn't change that much, and the position is very close to be equal. But there is still content in the position. Yeah, it's not like yesterday when it was pretty clear after the endgame appeared that it will be a draw with a big probability. Here it's still, of course, I would say that considering the level of both players, of course the draw is most likely outcome today, but it's not 100% sure. And there is a chance that there will be not much content in this game today, but also shouldn't, there is a chance that it will be a complicated game and with a decisive result.
There's still plenty to play in this position, play for, and I wouldn't start just completely dismissing this game as an obvious draw in like 2 hours time. There's just no reason to think that. And yeah, I think people in chat are asking, isn't this interesting to watch? It is very interesting to me, yeah. Mira?
Yeah, I mean, before it really is too relevant, I just want, want Twitch chat, YouTube chat to notice that Peter tries to make everyone happy. Like he says, it's exactly the same line as A4, B4, and then in 30 seconds, just that the whole queen side is different. Right. I do not agree with the article. By the way, I didn't read the article. And so on
I didn't agree with the
this
headline.
Position is very likely a draw, but a lot of play. How exactly this position has a lot of content if I'm a silly, solid idiot who wants to play Queen E7, Bishop E6, exchange as many dudes as possible, get rid of my stupid knight on C6 finally, and just say, okay, go get me.
Yeah, it is very solid for black, yeah. And Jan playing Queen C2 quite quickly is, I mean, the move makes perfect sense. You kind of want to perhaps sidestep some trades, and I'm kind of sad Gusti is not here, because we would have a fight about the whole concept of overprotecting something, because Gusti is the world's biggest fan of Nimcevich's work, so he would immediately start, flaming me for even mentioning the overprotection. But I mean, Queen C2 looks normal, but also if you give black more time to develop pieces normally, I don't know if you can have much of an advantage. And
there is an option to me, Queen E7 or Knight E7 also makes a lot of sense, just to transfer the knight to G6, because again, this knight is the only black's issue, in the positions, and then to start to play some healthy moves. So to me, looks like both makes perfect sense. And if I would be black here, I would consider those two options. And I don't know what would I choose, because frankly, both of those options seem to be quite okay for black. I mean, seems that it should equalize.
I'm trying to figure out if there is a single position in which something like this could be dangerous for black.
I think only tactically.
Yeah, but like if black gets to
to
play, I don't know, Queen C7, Rook D8, maybe there's some Knight G5 in the end.
Knight G5, just some direct play. Otherwise, it shouldn't be.
Yeah, otherwise, if black doesn't actually lose the D6 pawn immediately, I think it's going to be fine for black.
By the way, guys, Knight G5 doesn't win the game necessarily. There was Knight H8.
There was Knight H8
there,
yeah.
I've played it once against Mickey Adams, actually. Yeah, he went at some point Knight G5 with my knight on G6, and I played Knight H8 followed by H6 and Knight G6 back. Yeah, I remember it very well. I remember we both smiled after Knight H8, but
I can imagine. Yeah, it's a funny move to make, but here you just have to. Like in this position, you actually have no choice, and it might be completely fine for all we know. Because once again, like if there's no way to increase the pressure on the D6 pawn immediately, black will be fine. Black will eventually, I don't know, get to play Bishop E6, or I don't know, Rook B6, Bishop B7 or something. And this structure is not better for white normally.
But also, I was not sure if after Knight E7, Knight C4, if I cannot play Bishop E6, maybe.
Yeah, that
is another
maybe bigger issue even for my
because
idea.
now you cannot take on D6 because of Bishop B3 and maybe Knight G5. Yeah, maybe Knight G5.
Maybe this works. Yeah,
might be an option.
And by the way, I do want to say that I've read Zixo's suggestion in chat, and I'm now seriously thinking about how to implement that, because maybe I would play that game. Yeah, Knight E7 seems fine. Queen E7 also seems fine.
But I agree with you. Yeah, Queen E7 is simpler. Yeah, somehow it's more like a move which you make in blitz, very healthy and natural. So I might guess that probably Magnus will choose Queen E7.
Yeah, but then maybe I can do something like this and kind of pretend that maybe there is no comfortable move just yet.
After Bishop A4, maybe I can just play Knight A5. What about Knight A5? On Knight D8 as well, but also Knight A5
to stop Knight C4, brilliant.
Yeah, and then how do you?
Yeah, and then maybe Bishop E6, Knight C4 to follow it up. Yeah, it looks like a very decent move.
I mean, that's why I was thinking Knight F1 first, Bishop E6, and now Bishop E4 against Queen E7.
Hang on a second. So what do we do?
I mean, knight f1
yeah.
here first, and after bishop e6, already bishop a4 now maybe. But still knight a5. I'm not sure if, again, other moves are possible, but even knight a5 maybe, because I want knight b3.
Exactly. Yeah. Like you still have. You're kind of programmed not to play knight a5 here because you want to be playing towards the center. But in all of these positions, it makes perfect sense to play knight a5 because.
So then, and Peter, what do you think about if white just takes on e6 after knight f1, bishop e6 just taken on e6? Can it be maybe a little bit more comfortable for white? Maybe playing knight bishop g5 now and then knight e3.
Yeah, I don't believe in those. I think those.
Me too, but
those
yeah,
generally,
I don't know.
Generally, those become very, very dry, and
yeah. But what else?
Yeah, that is true.
I'm just trying to understand what is.
Yeah, we were told by chat that the machine really hates queen e7. Maybe it's because of this move. This is sometimes annoying for black in these types of positions.
Still knight d8.
Yeah, knight d8, and maybe I can pretend this guy will not get picked up and play. I don't know. Yeah, knight d8 looks, because like if I play knight c4, I would definitely with black consider doing something like this, right? Just takes, go knight.
But then, yeah, it's just tactical. Yeah, maybe I get knight d4. I'm not sure. Yeah, queen f7. I'm not sure. Yeah. Also, black can try to play h6. Yeah, just to make a useful move and to see. Of course, yeah, there are options, but and I mean, to me, queen e7 looks logical, but knight e7 also, of course, is a healthy way of playing.
Yeah. And there was a question in chat which a number of people answered correctly. Peter, how would a top GM score against the top engine here with black? And instantly a couple of people said 0 out of 100. And that's obviously, it's going to be true about pretty much every single position these days.
No. I mean, here I'm not sure. I think I will, out of 100 games, I will manage few draws in this position.
You are.
That's ambitious, but we trust you, Vlad.
Yeah, we are. You are much more optimistic about this than I am. Yeah. But yeah, like the score would be disastrous. Maybe you do somehow save a couple, but yeah, you're not going to.
But yeah, it's going to be a bit better if you're white in this position. But still, it might not be 50%. You know?
No, nowhere near 50%. I think these days.
I mean, with white there is a chance because it's just so solid for white that if you really want just to make a draw against the engine here, you have fair chance actually to manage.
Maybe.
I mean, in this particular position. But anyway,
I have no personal experience, so I will defer to you because you actually played those matches. But yeah,
well, long ago.
But long ago, yeah.
Engines were a little weaker at the time. Let's put it mildly.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
So do you think Jan is still in his preparation? Probably yes.
Well, 150 on the clock. So it's either that or today is the day Jan goes back to, being the Jan we all know and love, the Jan from the old days, where he would occasionally play a game where he would have like more time than he started with when the game finished, and it clearly wasn't prepped. He used to play those games like once per couple of tournaments, but we haven't seen that yet in this match. And Magnus in the meantime plays h6, sort of not committing to anything yet. Now I think the point of this move is just to make sure that we can meet knight c4 with bishop e6, and there's never never any knight
exactly. And if knight f1, then already knight e7 probably.
Yeah.
That is the idea.
So
then, because then if now knight e7 first, then white can maybe try knight c4. If you start with queen e7 then knight f1, so he wants to wait for white to now I expect knight e7.
Yeah, knight f1 played, and knight e7 seems very logical because if you play queen e7 here, you're kind of seriously inviting some kind of shenanigans like this. Yeah, you probably. It's really, I mean, it's still not unplayable, but. Can I play knight h4 first, but then bishop e6 anyway? Yeah, it doesn't really make much of a difference.
Yeah, then maybe knight f5. Yeah, it's maybe still a bit of a.
Yeah, maybe this is a bit better for white. Yeah,
this can be something. Yeah, I don't think that if queen e7, then Magnus would have played it immediately. So I'm pretty sure his plan is probably to play knight e7 here. I mean, that's, and then the question if white can be in time to create at least something.
So currently, I mean, queen e7 is a move, knight e7 is a move. Is rook e8 a move? Or is it too slow?
Yeah, that looks logical, but then after bishop e6, white would have bishop e4,
So
and
we
you
go-
have any way to remove your bishop to d7.
And now I guess we go knight f5, and it gets a little bit annoying. A little,
Even though knight e7, I don't know how much.
maybe not very annoying, honestly.
Not too annoying, probably.
Okay.
Maybe instead of knight f5, I can go bishop e3, because, in case of knight e7, I have this c4, c5 sometimes idea.
Yep.
Maybe.
Yeah. Fair.
At least there is still a rook d1, there is still a bit of a pressure, so I would say that, knight e7, driving the knight to g6, to me looks most logical, unless white has some direct play in mind, like maybe knight g3, knight g6, knight f5, something very direct.
Yeah, but we don't...
I don't know where it's going.
I don't know if we need to react, exactly, although, I mean, it kind of stops us from making the moves we want to be making, so maybe we actually kind of do need to react somehow. Because I'm not sure, what is my next move here with black?
I was wondering if knight takes e4 works, but it doesn't. No, it shouldn't, because knight h6 and so on. No, it's
the point. The point, of course, is that now the bishop is hanging, and if the rook takes, of course, black will take on f5. But we can go.
It shouldn't, but it might.
It might actually,
because rook e4, bishop f5.
Yeah, and it might actually be very strong here. I don't see
knight d6, queen g6, rook b3 is there. But maybe knight d6, knight e5, and bishop f5. Yeah.
This seems fine. This seems fine for black. Yeah, with the queen coming out.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. So knight e7 seems playable, but he's still pondering the orbs.
And he's right, Marcus, because in this position, it's pretty clear, you feel, intuitively, that you just need to make a couple of accurate moves to equalize fully. So you don't need to hurry here. For instance, I would also consider a move like knight h5 here, maybe. Makes some sense to me, because trying to stop knight g3, and maybe you want queen f6, knight f4, I mean, it's also a rather sensible move.
Yeah.
What do you think, knight h5?
I mean, it looks a bit weird, but it does make a certain amount of sense for sure. Yeah, just trying to prevent the most obvious plan for white. I guess I have to switch to knight e3 now.
And if I even go knight f4 in a very straightforward
manner.
I
think I'm maybe
knight d5.
Knight d5 or knight f5 even. Yeah, I thought about maybe playing knight f5 here.
But then I want maybe bishop e6. Yeah, of course, it's not totally clear. I mean, there is no need for black to do this, but it's also an option.
Yeah.
I would at least, if I play in a game, I would consider this option. Knight f5, queen f6, maybe. I mean, also it makes black's play quite simple.
A bit simpler, a bit simpler. Yeah, that's a move we...
Another very strange maybe move, Peter. I'm just thinking now. Sorry for too many ideas at the same time. But knight d7. What do you think about knight d7? Because I want knight to c5, bishop to e6 in this way. To use a tempi if I can.
Yeah.
Let's say in case of knight g3, knight c5. So with a tempi, if bishop d5, knight e7 with a tempi. And then bishop e6 with a tempi, and to take with a knight on e6.
Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, and also shows that there's plenty to think about for Magnus here. If this is now like 5 moves we've found that are worth considering. I would be slightly hesitant to move the knight away from the king side, but there's not much going on the king side yet.
I mean, it's just that it gives templates. Knight c5, bishop e6.
Maybe I
has a
can do
template,
this,
so-
yeah, and actually take on c5 and go bishop d5 and pretend that maybe I win some material, but I don't know. First of all, I'm not sure I win any material after knight e7, and secondly, even if I do win any, maybe there's enough compensation for it.
Knight e5,
Yeah, but-
Baron.
Knight e5 and knight
knight
c6,
c6.
yeah, maybe this is...
Knight c6, yeah.
And then just it takes d5, I guess, yeah. After something like... maybe I can play queen g5 here and pretend I'm a attacking genius of some kind. With bishop takes h3 against any move.
True.
But
But again, yeah, no, I mean, normally, yeah, you don't play like this with black without any real reason, because black doesn't really have a reason to. Yeah, you are correct. Rook d1 looks annoying. Yeah, I don't believe so much in knight d7. Just mentioning for the public that it might make sense, but knight h5 to me looks like a serious option.
Yeah.
I mean, that is very kind of straightforward, simple way of playing. Also, I mean, as together with knight e7 move, knight h5 is. I'm pretty sure that Magnus is considering this move. I mean, I'm pretty sure about it. It's came to his mind because it's also rather typical.
Okay, guys, sharp question. Do you like queen c2 or not? Because I don't. I mean, it kind of feels meh. I don't know. If I would not have any strong reason to play queen c2, I probably would.
My question is, why haven't we played knight f1 here? If we're playing knight f1 next move, why haven't we played knight f1 here?
Precisely.
Yeah, because
if we want queen c2, we might as well. Maybe we'll find something better to do.
Maybe because of knight e7 and that he wanted to keep an option of playing knight c4 against knight e7.
Yeah, that probably is the explanation. Yeah, and also the reason why Magnus waited with h6. Yeah, I guess, to preserve all the options, sort of not committing to. But yeah, I'm also not a huge fan of queen c2. I agree with Miro. It seems like.
But I don't see what else. Yeah, I mean the point is what else to do.
Yeah.
I mean, offer me a move, another
bishop
move.
a2. This bishop always runs into something.
Yeah, but that's also.
But then I can get rook a8 and already bishop e6 is, for instance,
maybe, yeah. Bishop a2. Bishop a2 looks like we are trying to. Once again, we're trying to. I think maybe be a bit too clever for our own good. No.
I want you to pin me, sir.
Yeah.
Go rook a8.
Yeah, but probably not happening. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably.
Yeah, but the main is the reason why queen c2 is since it was played quickly, I suppose.
Because the engine says so. Yeah.
Because it's the main line.
Yeah, because the engine says so. But
again, in this position, it's clear that there is no very big difference. I mean, it's more or less about equal, a little bit more comfortable for white. So why not queen c2? I mean, bishop a2 is another option. Knight f1 is also another option. So yeah, I guess queen c2. To me, I find it normal, the move queen c2.
yeah,
I don't think there is a very there's something to comment much here because it's a legitimate option. Yeah. So knight e7 is played.
Yeah, knight e7 played, which is we knew this was definitely one of the main options for Magnus. And now it's kind of interesting that that wasn't here. That wasn't the queen e7 lines. Because I wanted to say that if we want a knight on f5, considering that black in many cases will be taking it with either the bishop or perhaps with the knight, I actually think it's better for us if we could get this knight here, because then the other knight would be better placed on g3, controlling the e4 square. But the issue with that...
Theoretically, yes, but practically...
practically knight h4 just looks so weird.
I would even consider maybe playing g5.
Yeah, I was wondering if...
It's a bit too much, probably, but still, you have to refute it, because in case of knight f5, I can take twice on f5 or something, yeah? And here, I don't know, g5 maybe is not so bad. I mean, okay, you don't need, of course, but it's an option. But otherwise, knight h4, yeah, maybe. Maybe
it's not that stupid. Maybe it's just simply to kind of make black wait for a move before they can continue what they've been doing. Because it's not that clear what the response here is, and if black does nothing, we can go knight g3 and then consider going knight hf5, maybe.
But I think G5 is.
G5 is.
I mean, it's an it's a serious move. Yeah. Knight G6, Knight G3, and then you put your knight on F4. Of course, it's also a little weakening. I agree.
Yeah.
Maybe Bishop C5 here. Yeah.
Yeah, something like Bishop C5 makes sense. Just to put it on a more active square than Queen East.
I agree. It's an option. Knight H4. It's an option. I also am thinking about a little strange plan for Black to play maybe even Bishop D7, Queen C8, something like that against Knight H4. So first of all, sometimes maybe Bishop H3 might be an idea under some circumstances, but mainly just to stop Knight F5 somehow. No, I don't see. Doesn't really.
Looks very slow, yeah. Looks very slow.
Bishop C4 you just played.
Maybe we play Bishop B6 next, but it doesn't look like it promises very much.
So Knight H4.
So Knight H4 is one move. Also, chat is asking, like, what's the reply to Knight G3? Because Knight G6, Knight F5 doesn't look great. I don't know, like, why is this?
But Knight takes C4, no?
We were discussing this. Yeah.
First of all,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
maybe we are missing something, but for the moment, I'm not sure if White has something against it. Maybe I don't really see. It looks dangerous, but how to refute it?
Yeah, we couldn't refute this. So yeah, it seems like we can't play Knight F5 immediately. So the question becomes, and Knight G3 has been played. The question becomes, if I make some kind of a waiting move, let's say, I don't know, Bishop C4.
I'm thinking Bishop C4, and sometimes later Bishop F1 in case of Bishop E6. Yeah.
And also just to make sure that it never hangs on the B file. The main idea is just to reestablish the idea of Knight F5, because this will no longer work at all.
Of course, Bishop C5 looks like a healthy idea in this position. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sooner or later.
And apparently, chat is explaining to us that. Hang on a second. Let me find my spot. We can go Knight H6, GH, Bishop D5 here, which is very beautiful. And probably
but still King G7 is it so clear, and then F5.
Exactly. Like I'm
maybe it's not so clear. I don't know.
Doesn't look clear to me at all, but at least this explains why the entire idea is playable. Is playable at all. I mean this looks sharp.
Again, we are probably missing something, and the chat will tell us
as usual,
why we are wrong. But I don't see. Because after Bishop E4, E5, Queen D2, you always have Rook H8.
Or even Knight F4.
Even if, of course, I mean, just as an idea that you can always protect the pawn, so it doesn't look bad for me.
Yeah, I mean, if you show me this position without any kind of computer help, I do not know who is better. It might be Black very easily, because if you imagine like the bishop retreats and the queen comes to F6, and then you start, you start pushing and all these kinds of things.
Yeah, also Bishop B7.
Bishop B7, Bishop B7 is also very sensible. There's been some crazy stuff going on, Miro, while you were.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay, genuine question, guys.
Sure.
You yourself described Rook B8 as being kind of second-rate move, imprecise move. Why is that? I mean, what I can see, Black didn't do anything special, and he can continue not doing anything special and get away with it. So why on earth would I bother playing some Bishop B7 stuff or go B4 and play those complex positions where I can just trade and make a draw?
I think
so. Why?
I think it's a
Rook B8 is a
very, very solid question. I think mainly because nobody put any time into figuring it out properly, and Magnus and Team Magnus are doing it now, I think, and we might, have to reevaluate. I think, a lot of those assessments are just, something that was assumed, 20 years ago. People just thought, okay, giving up the A file like this is bad on general grounds. We start by giving up an important open file. Why would this be any good?
So you mean same people who naively thought that two connected passed pawns like H and G pawn would be a win in a queen's end?
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
people who didn't have proper knowledge.
Yeah, Stone Age, yeah. Absolutely Stone Age people who had no clue about anything. And I think Vladimir actually played in that tournament. You played where was that? The Pinsk Soviet Union Juniors under 18.
Yes.
When
it was 1989 or
89,
90.
yeah, I think it's 89, yeah.
89.
It was my first Soviet junior under 18, where, if you remember, the closing ceremony was postponed because Viril Bologan was playing this queen ending with G&H against Alisa Galyamova. And I think they drew. And I think
I think so.
And I think the entire tournament was kind of laughing, because we thought, sort of, what a kind of a, not entirely smart person not winning such an obviously winning queen ending. And the queen ending is just a draw. As we know now, it's just a draw and there's like no issues. It's my sort of, one of my earliest chess memories was that we were waiting for the tournament to be closed, but they couldn't because they just continued playing this queen ending forever. Yeah, Bishop E3 played in the meantime, so...
Yeah, I was, by the way, thinking that maybe Bishop E3 is the most logical move here, just to wait. To make a healthy move. Sometimes maybe trying to go Rook A-D1 and so on. So it seems that Black still... I'm not so sure about H6. Maybe it was a little too slow. So it seems to me that it's not like totally equal yet.
Not entirely. You still have some issues, yeah.
I would consider this knight h5 or instead of h6 maybe what we have checked, or after h6. Yeah, I'm totally sure that the way Magnus have played was the most precise. Of course, it's still very solid, his position, etc. But you need now to understand, to find an idea how exactly to proceed with black. Yeah. Because queen e7, there is always knight f5, bishop e6. You can play, there is nothing too dramatic, but you don't want, of course, to double your pawns.
Yeah, I would actually kind of very seriously hate that.
Yeah,
I think this position instantly becomes like significantly better for white. This knight goes here, you start having like rook comes to a6, and it's going to be on a6 forever, being extremely annoying, and there's never going to be any counterplay, so...
I agree. It's definitely not an option. But then, what is an option? Maybe rook e8, but it looks a bit slow. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't look.
Rook d1. Then, because white has a c4 idea from time to time, like rook a d1.
Yeah, it's a d1. Yeah, because I was going to ask.
I would go a. Yeah, I don't know, hard to say, but
I think I slightly prefer e d1 here. And then maybe we can start pushing for c4, c5.
Yeah. Not quite sure about this last couple of moves of Magnus, and he needs to now to find a way how to equalize, because this c4, c5 one day, not maybe now, but one day might become an issue.
Couldn't we just push c4 immediately after rook e8? Because bishop e6, bishop a4, and we get c5 at least.
Yeah, the question is, how bad is this? Because our knights are kind of far away from the d5 square, and you can maybe even make an argument that this is faster. Although once black plays knight f8, we will of course play knight f5 and try to stop it from getting to e6.
Bishop a4.
Bishop a4, yeah.
It's a bit annoying and not clear where to move.
Kind of where do you go? Yeah, like rook f8, you take the square, then rook d1.
Yeah,
happens.
it's just not great,
e7,
right? It's just not great. I mean, it's probably not horrible, but you're definitely feeling like things aren't being controlled entirely.
Okay, white cannot be worse and black can.
Yeah,
I mean, that's my expert assessment of the position.
Yeah, in general, rook e8, I'm not very happy with the move.
Yeah, but what are we doing?
Yeah, that's a good question. There is, of course, c6, queen c7, but that is not fully equal. Yeah,
that's also
completely.
Also,
it's not equal. Knight f5 comes and so on.
Yeah. Can we play... I mean, is knight f4 even a move we can make?
Yeah, but it looks like rook d1.
And now actually I think it's this rook.
Tactics,
yeah. Now it's this rook.
Yeah.
Because
I
after
mean, knight e5.
yeah, like something like this.
Yeah, then always knight f5 comes.
Yeah, or the immediate knight f5.
Yeah. Or immediate, yeah. Not so easy, I think. Yeah, not so easy here for black.
Yeah.
You need, you need right decision here. You need,
And
probably there was a way to equalize easier than that, and I'm not even objectively, I'm not sure anymore that black has equalized.
This is starting to feel like, once again, Jan has every reason to be, not ecstatic, but quite happy about the outcome of the opening. And just to, it was an absolute, like it's a stupid derail, but now that I kind of launched that derail, there was a question in chat on a easy, humanly understandable way to draw that queen ending, queen and 2 against queen. I think you just give checks. I think, like, as long as the pawns aren't too advanced, it turns out you just have enough checks that white can never really properly avoid them, I think.
Yeah, and I think there are some stalemate ideas, yes? Sometimes king is on h8, for instance. From time to time, there are some stalemate ideas.
But in general, it just turns out that you can't make progress. But obviously, that only applies. Let's say if the pawns are on g4 and h4 for white, if they're already on, I don't know, g5, h5 or g5, h6, and there are no checks right now, you are probably lost. But if they're not far enough, you can actually stop them from getting far enough. Sorry for the derail, but having started it, I wanted to sort of finish it.
I'm thinking now maybe it's strange, but to play bishop b7, at least to stop forever knight f5 and put some pressure on the e4 pawn. But all in all, I must say that more I look at the position, more I start to dislike it for black. I think something went a bit wrong. Yeah, I think black has issues to solve here.
Does it actually stop knight f5 if I'm doing Anatoly Evgenyevich thing, bishop a7 and then knight f5?
Oh yeah, but then it's easy
I don't know where it goes. It's just that the knight on f5.
I was wondering where you're going with that, because every time I see a position like this, I start thinking about, like queen c1, bishop takes h6 things. But here it's probably a little bit too optimistic.
But the thing is that you can always play moves like bishop c4
exactly,
or healthy moves. Another idea is to play knight d2 and then steal knight f5, sometimes coming, because bishop on b7 is also not such a great piece if I will protect the e4 pawn.
And even this is not bad at all. But
I mean, what is next for white?
Yeah, this is
even if I play king h7.
King h7 or queen d7. Yeah, I'm not sure if we created any threats, but yeah, the option definitely exists, and I think the proper reaction to the move bishop a7 here is to say, I see you too are a man of culture. But
because my idea is to take on e4. I mean, I've created kind of threat, not really,
although
because you can take on
f7
then, and it's still not totally equal, but that it's kind of hanging in the air, this idea. But still, if you just play bishop c4, for instance, or knight d2, not totally sure how to proceed with black.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, we seem to be having kind of the same issue every move here. We suggest a move, then we find kind of a logical reply to it for white, and we're still stuck. We still don't know where our pieces are going with black here, right? We got here, and it's still not entirely equal, and we've slightly run out of proactive ideas, at least for the time being. So people are very deep in some line. I think it's the 97 line. Yeah, there's some long discussion of
here 97.
But here it doesn't really look right. I mean,
here it doesn't look rook d1 even. Yeah, I mean you don't really have squares for next.
Particularly, specifically here I don't really like it very much. And also I think chat settled on a very clever point that you can play rook a5 and kind of ask, like, how are you ever getting it to c5? Maybe immediately or next move. So 97 looks a bit artificial. There was a time where it looked playable, but I think that time has passed. It's not here. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with for Magnus.
I also start to say, and I don't like at all Black's position. I mean, it has some, I would say, some problems to solve already now, and there is quite a big time difference, because
exactly,
Magnus spending time, and I'm pretty sure he's not happy with what he have done in last few moves.
Yeah, two, 3 moves in a row seemed like they were, slightly autopiloty, I would say.
Yeah, that's what I feel, that he was just making the most healthy sort of logical moves, but maybe we should have taken more time or go a bit deeper in the position and try to be more accurate, because now it seems to me that some quite long unpleasant defense is waiting for him in this game.
Yeah, because
I mean, it's like
you can't really simplify. Like, one plan would be to play something like Queen e7, Bishop c5, but Queen e7 is more or less completely impossible because of Knight f5. And here you definitely cannot take, because the knight has no squares. It will have to go to h8. So Queen e7 is like legitimately borderline unplayable, and that means that your pieces are very stuck. Apart from rook e8, Bishop e6, we haven't really named anything that even looked natural, and that I don't think that equalizes. Maybe specifically because of what you were saying. Like, let's say this position, rook e d1, we take, we play c4, we play c5, next move. I mean, you're not losing. This is actually very, very similar to some Italians that you've been playing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe I can illustrate.
Or even you can play Bishop a4 and then Bishop d7, c4, maybe to get even better version. Yes, something like that. Yeah, c4. I don't want.
Immediate c4. Yeah,
even c4 immediately. I mean, Black has to solve issues actually.
Tactical issues. Yeah.
Yeah, even tactical. I mean, this doesn't look equal at all. Yeah. Actually, very unpleasant.
Yeah, and I just don't know what the solution is. I'm very curious what he will come up with, because, I mean, so far everything we looked at, it's not time to panic, but it's definitely time to, very, very seriously think about life. And this is what he's doing.
Okay, guys, sorry, questions. Would you care to identify what the source of a problem for Black is? Because we said it's solid. We've made kind of a logical move, because I don't like the knight on g6. Whenever we try something, it ends up being knight f5, and we cannot take because the silly knight is on g6. Right? So, maybe we should go from there. Like, we are not happy still with some of our pieces positions, and maybe I don't know, maybe look into some king h8, whatever. Queen e8 is what people were saying in the chat. Queen e8 in order to play bishop.
Maybe, yeah. But I also like
it feels meh.
It feels very everything feels very meh. But what I want to say is, like, without going into the question why we now think white is better and we didn't think it earlier, I think if you just like show me this position and ask me to explain in a very symmetrical structure why Black hasn't equalized, I think it's a difference in the bishop activity. Both white bishops are just better than both of Black's bishops here, and because of that, it feels like white has more space, even though the structure is just symmetrical. But it feels like
mainly, of course, it is. I fully agree with Peter that it's. White's bishops are much more active. Not just, but for instance, white square bishop. I mean, Black is dreaming about spending some time and finally exchanging it. I mean, that's the main dream for Black, and also bishop on e3 is definitely much better than a bishop on d6. So that's why I was thinking about maybe trying to play bishop c5 earlier. But okay, it's already. I mean, I think Black has made quite some inaccurate moves, and here and white has already potential. His rooks are connected, Black's rooks are not connected. Black also can find problems, I believe, finding square for his queen now. So yeah, there are quite a number of issues for Black to solve, and here again bishop d6 is also fine, but bishop c5 is very principled. Already after bishop d6, I don't like h6. I mean, I don't like the idea of playing h6 and knight to g6. So where's already knight to g6? Because if you have a knight on g6, you don't need h6. whether if you already play h6, then maybe knight h5 or rook e8, bishop e6. Yeah, so those two plans are a bit and do not go together somehow.
Yeah, they seem like he tried to do a little bit of everything, and now we get here, and we've been talking. I mean, he's been. Let me check briefly because it's actually kind of relevant, and I haven't checked yet. But he's been in the tank for about 15 minutes after bishop e3. So we've been talking about this position for about 15 minutes, and the three of us have not come up with anything that looks remotely convincing. And I think the fact that he is still thinking is also a very big indication that he sort of agrees with that. Because, if he liked something, in particular against somebody like Jan, you don't want to fall too far behind on the clock. So the fact that he is still thinking here is, I think, very clear indication that Magnus is not really enjoying life right now.
I'm also considering maybe a move like king h7 because I would consider with black at some point, because life is not so great, just to play bishop e6 and to start defending. It's clear that you are not equal after this, but to me it's already clear that you haven't equalized anyway. So because it's then maybe even bishop e6, but it's a very easy play for white. You want rook d1, knight f5, maybe even g4, knight d2, knight c4, lots of plans. And I think sometimes it's practical to make a non-optimal decision in such position, even spoiling your pawn structure, but at least your play becomes a bit easier, somehow. But it's a difficult decision. I fully agree with Man. I would also think for quite some time now because I don't like any move, in this position. So maybe king h7 is actually, to me, makes sense because it's a useful move. And maybe followed by queen e8 anyway, because after knight f5, sometimes bishop h6 will be hanging.
Queen e8 is something the chat is very centered upon, and apparently it's also the suggestion of the supercomputer. And
of course.
I don't know if it's the actual real Vladimir Fedoseev in chat, and if it is, welcome to the big fish, and very nice to have you here. And he's also saying queen e8 is a good possibility here, with the bishop e6 idea, and also sometimes maybe the queen can go to c6, which is maybe not such a poor square.
But still, if I go like rook ed1, for instance.
Yeah.
So how to proceed with black here? I guess bishop e6.
Yeah, I kind of want to try to force that trade. Like we go bishop e6, then we go bishop d7.
Yeah, I wanted bishop a4 now.
Yeah, bishop d7.
Maybe queen is7. Maybe queen is7 you can play, because bishop d7 I'm a bit worried about knight f5 move or something. Yeah?
Let me see. So we take. I guess rook takes.
Yeah, and you want queen to c6.
Yeah, I want to put a queen on c6, and I wonder if I'm losing, because if I'm not losing, maybe we can start stabilizing. Like, okay.
Yeah.
If I get rook fd8,
if there is nothing direct, I agree, but probably there is nothing direct. Yeah, probably.
What's your next move, though, after queen c6?
With white, you mean?
Rook fd8. Rook fd8, bishop f8, I think.
Yeah, that's...
So if knight 3 goes to h4 with
this is clever.
That's clever, yeah.
Rook takes d6,
yeah, this is clever. I didn't see that.
I mean, I don't know if it works, because you have like rook b1 in this position. I mean,
but then queen b1 and rook f6, yeah?
Where?
I mean, rook takes b1 here is rook b1 check, queen b1, queen a4, rook f6.
But do I even have to react? Like, why are we even taking?
You can go to h4.
Why are we even taking? I don't understand. Like, I mean, this is not checkers, supposedly.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe. But anyway, I agree. Queen e8 is probably...
Yeah.
Honestly, wanted to go rook b2 instead of queen c6. If this works, maybe I can. I mean, if I can trade.
Let me find my place. Yeah, rook b2 is... Yeah, rook b2 I missed. Yeah, if this happens, black is obviously like, maybe white has to be careful because the e4 pawn is in danger. Yeah, rook b2 is a clever move. I didn't see it.
But the question then... First of all, at the end of this variation, bishop takes h6. No, it doesn't work. Well, the question is after queen e8. I'm just considering if I can do c4 here immediately. It looks strange, but
Maybe, yeah. And if bishop e6, then bishop a4, yeah.
Bishop a4 and c5. Maybe black can put the bishop on b4, but it's not. Yeah, it's not obvious to me if this is good. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, c4 is always going to be a little bit annoying for black. Maybe here it's manageable, but like maybe I can play something like, I don't know, bishop b4, rook somewhere, queen, bishop e6 or queen e7. But yeah, I don't like any of this. It's just that I think currently queen e8 and also machine, it's difficult to ignore the people quoting machines at us. Yeah, and Magnus, after quite some time in the tank, and he spent 20 minutes on this move, but he finally ended up playing queen e8.
I mean, it's a dream, of course. White's position is a dream for the World Championship match. Yeah, you have absolutely risk-free pressure. It's not big, but you clearly have some pressure, and well, black has to defend. It will not be so easy, this defense, because white has a long-term plus, and yeah, so it's can get better than that, yeah, out of the opening. And you have 1 hour more on the clock. Okay, not 1 hour.
Yeah, more than 45 minutes. Yeah, and the old equation, which obviously is a little bit dated, but I remember, the stupid thing they used to teach me when I was a kid, that like half an hour on the clock is like half a pawn or something. So it's it adds.
Yeah, that's a bit of an exaggeration, of course, but still, yeah, it adds to black's problems. Maybe even I'm just thinking about playing rook a7. What do you think, Peter? It's a strange move, but idea is after bishop e6, I want to take on c4, and then the point is that I don't know if it's anything so special. Just to have c5.
Maybe rook fc8, c5, bishop f8, and kind of. I mean, I'm not having fun, but maybe I'm not doing that poorly either.
Maybe I put my pawn to c6 in this situation.
Yeah, like if we can, I think it's good. But
then 97, hard to say. But I mean, white has a number of options here, and it's interesting because I'm pretty sure that before the match, I think Jan would have played very quickly his move here. Because he doesn't like to go deeply into those nuances. He sees a nice move and he just plays it. But I think he had changed this attitude. I have a feeling that already not the first time I see him taking time in such situations and trying to calculate, trying to find the most precise way of playing. And of course, white has quite a number of options. By the way, I'm considering knight f5 here maybe as an option.
Yeah, my issue with knight f5 is that I don't know what the threat is. But maybe we don't need it. Like maybe it's just a good move to make, and we don't need it.
Yeah, well, knight on f5 is usually standing well. Yeah, even without any threats. I mean, the question is after knight takes e4, bishop a4, queen e6. But this looks. I mean, my idea was to play bishop a4 here. But now I'm thinking about queen a6, queen e6 move. Okay, this looks really strange. But,
yeah, it's some kind of a really weird mess, which I don't know how to assess.
Yeah, knight h6.
Yeah, we have knight h6 and knight g7, but I don't know how good that is.
Yeah, because otherwise knight f5 is quite logical. Of course.
Yeah, hang on a second. And there is probably also the same thing again, right? We probably can do this as well. But black also plays king.
But then again, this position maybe is not so clear. Or even bishop e6 followed by f5. Yeah. This might be not so clear. No, bishop e6. Yeah, so knight takes e4 maybe, because otherwise, knight f5 is a very healthy move.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's maybe spend a little bit more time here trying to figure it out, because there's a lot of potential tactics here.
That is a problem for us.
That is a big problem, yeah.
I mean, first I thought bishop a4 is a refutation, but then this queen e6.
Queen e6 is very, very
Still not totally sure if it works, but maybe g4 after queen e6. No, it shouldn't, of course. Bishop b7.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we have enough threats after g4. I think the knight can go back even. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but my plan was to take on e3, knight d4, some kind of tricks. But no, I don't see also any tricks now.
Yeah.
Shouldn't work.
Yeah, it's kind of it's all of this is very beautiful. It just doesn't work probably. Like all of these things.
Yeah.
They look very cute, but they probably end up completely losing for white, so you shouldn't be doing it. So the main options, and once again for the people who haven't seen us discuss a similar position earlier, if not here, actually maybe even c takes d6 works. Oh no, then bishop a4 wins, right? No, cd6 bishop a4 is an extra piece. So you have to take with the knight. And now bishop takes g6 runs into rook takes b3, and we cannot take on h6 because the queen is suddenly hanging again because it's not pinned. And something like this runs into bishop f5, among other things. Yeah, among other things, but bishop f5 probably the simplest. So this doesn't quite work. The immediate g4 I sort of considered, but I don't know what that does.
Because you're not even threatening.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, we're still not threatening to take, and bishop b7 exists, and
bishop b7. I suppose.
Like it doesn't look right. So we have to choose between this position and then maybe either knight h6 or knight g7, or this position and here either bishop e6 or king g7. Miro, set us right. Tell us.
I have no idea.
Oh.
I have no idea. I wouldn't play knight f5 perhaps, being scared of this. Yeah, king g7 and then f5 looks very sharp.
Yeah, I think we are.
I'd say promising for black if he doesn't lose immediately.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, but that is a good word. It doesn't lose. I mean, queen takes e4. Let's say f5, queen c4. I mean, your king is also not so good. Yeah.
Can I strangely play some bishop a7 sometime?
Yeah, also yeah.
With the bishop on c6, probably knight f6. Yeah, so it doesn't really work.
But actually, I think this position looks not so great for black. I mean,
I was
because I want knight d4.
Yeah.
I wanted
to go e5, e4, but I'm actually not threatening anything because ef bishop takes d4 will probably.
Yeah, also after bishop a7, you have real issues with the rook. Yeah, it has to go to b2, but I mean, it's bishop c5, I guess. I mean, this position is quite dangerous for black. It might be okay. Rook a7 I want to play. I mean, a lot of initiative for white. I'm not so sure here.
But on the other hand, something I wanted to say sort of in much more general terms here about the move knight f5 is, we look at this position, black has no counterplay and no real hopes of like having counterplay in the next, I don't know, 10, 15, maybe ever. And you look at this position and maybe white is better. It's very possible white is better. I'm not saying it's wrong. What I'm saying is, like, some positions like this, you can definitely imagine if the complications work out for black, it becomes very double-edged. And also, from, in the current state, black is solving really annoying problems because they are, the kinds of problems which don't have concrete solutions. You're trying to find squares for your pieces, you're trying to improve, you're also trying to kind of make sure that you have a good reply to knight f5, you have a good reply to c4. There's all kinds of small threats you have to keep in mind to balance all these things. And once this appears on the board, your problem becomes just calculating precisely, right? Obviously, if the final answer is white is much better, this doesn't help you very much. But if maybe this is not that clear, I think it becomes much easier and also much more pleasant to play with black, because suddenly you have concrete problems you can try to solve.
True, but if they're serious also, it's
kind of
because after knight f5 there is not so many options for black.
We can
white
try.
wants already rook d1. Yes, obviously bishop e6 and maybe bishop a4 now.
Yeah, I really want to force this trade.
Yeah, that's now a question if you don't get some bishop h6 even tricks, no? I mean, it cannot be accidentally winning at some point. I mean, let's try bishop takes h6. I mean, I doubt, but okay. Show me how to.
Let's go gh, I guess.
Queen d2.
I wanted to, like in every single position like this, I wanted to go knight f4, right? And then
yeah, and then maybe I can. I mean, it's tactical. If I mean, I can try to take on d6 twice. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. Shouldn't be enough. And g3, like g3, probably not.
it's
yeah,
slow.
It's a bit
Yeah,
too much.
it's slow.
It's a bit too much, but who knows?
Yeah,
I mean, who knows?
I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to answer it. It just
be 100% sure. Yeah, that it's very, very. Yeah, I mean. Very risky for white, but who knows? It can work.
Yeah.
But okay, let's say if I don't go crazy and I try to play more positional, so bishop e6, bishop a4, bishop d7, and now trying to find some good move. Let's say this doesn't work, even though it's not totally clear.
Yeah.
But if
what about like just playing c4 here?
Yeah, something of that sort. Yeah.
Because c5, with a knight on f5, the threats of c5 become a lot stronger. And also I want to acknowledge that chat is suggesting that the immediate c4 right now is very strong. And we did mention it, and it does look very promising. Yeah. So, unsurprisingly, c4 is a very serious move here. We're just, like, we want to figure out what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, c4, we were thinking about this bishop e6 variation. Yeah, bishop a4, bishop d7. Was it?
No, we didn't really come we didn't really come to any proper conclusion. But like I was suggesting maybe playing bishop
b4. Yeah,
and then bishop e6.
That was a variation we were looking like rook d1.
And Jan makes a very slow move. I mean, we looked at this. We mentioned rook d1, and he definitely.
It's okay, but to me it's too. I don't like it. I mean, it's a bit too slow, in my opinion. No.
Yeah,
because again, bishop e6 now. At least it gives black time to.
Yeah, I guess he wants bishop a4 and c4. I would assume.
First of all, there is queen e7 even here.
Yeah, already, because the rook is not on e1. Yes.
Knight f5, maybe. I'm not sure. Take knight f5. I'm not sure, but this can be.
Yeah, this might also not quite work out, right? Like some position like this, and then maybe bishop c6 on knight d4, c6. I don't know.
On knight d4, knight c6 also. Yeah. That is. Yeah, that might be there. But frankly, bishop. So bishop e6. Yeah. Bishop a4, bishop d7. I mean, that is.
And this is what we were looking at. I think c4 here, or knight f5. But yeah, the fun line we were discussing.
Yeah, but then at least time and time is this queen c6 story. Yeah,
and also once again this Miro's wonderful shot of rook b2, which might be quite useful.
I mean, maybe white just wants to take on d7 instead of playing c4. Takes on d7, and after queen d7. Try to get c4, c5, but queen is good on c6. Yeah,
I mean, c5. I even have a tempo.
Rook c8 or rook d8, bishop f8. It looks like it's still not equal, but much closer to equality. Much closer than before rook d1.
Yeah,
that's my feeling. Unless we are missing something concrete.
Yeah, and Magnus, I think finally sees some kind of light at the end of the tunnel here and plays bishop e6 quite quickly, because obviously that was the point of queen e8, and rook d1 isn't doing enough to discourage it.
Yeah, if white doesn't have something very clear in his mind, very direct, then rook d1 is, to me, clearly a mistake. I mean, it's there were so many very dangerous options like knight f5, c4, and rook d1 in such position. Well, let's see what is Jan's plan, but for now it looks like it's it might be a very serious inaccuracy which spoils at least quite a part of white's advantage.
Yeah, it seems like it might not be the cleanest way.
Even I'm even thinking about bishop a4, queen c8 if I can play, followed by rook d8. Is it so bad for black? I mean, rook d8. Of course, white has ideas, bishop c6 and so on, but knight e7 always. It already looks like immediately things are not that bad for black. No, what do you think, Peter?
Yeah, black just gets this very important tempo to start putting his pieces on normal squares. And the one thing that we quite liked here just doesn't work tactically because of that thing that Miro found. Because bishop a4, bishop d7, knight f5 would have been interesting, I think. If not for the very specific reason, that once again, let me show you this because it's a cute,
it's very, very strong.
Cute little tactic. And this is absolutely forced because the queen cannot keep its eye on the rook on a4 at all. Bishop a4 played, unsurprisingly, but yeah.
But again, even queen c8, no, I would consider. I mean, it looks very logical because a bishop on a4 is a bit sort of out of play now. I mean, bishop a4, queen c8. Bishop c6, why black always has knight e7. So after queen c8, knight f5 runs to knight takes e4. So it seems like white sort of forced to play c4 after queen c8.
Are we sure about this? Let me check. Knight f5, knight e4.
I mean, not necessarily. Knight f5, I guess I can just go rook d8 also. But yeah, also maybe this. So takes, and our favorite f5.
Well, this is quite unclear, actually. Yeah.
Bishop on a4 is not really doing well.
Yeah.
It's not.
So it's a much better version for black because of this guy.
Question.
Yeah.
Questions. Queen c8, bishop a7. Again, I love bishop a7. I love Karpov Hunziker game.
Hang on a second. So, queen's...
this and bishop a7, you kind of have to go rook b7, and I was wondering if bishop c6 works.
Bishop b3, and then...
Bishop b3.
I take.
Maybe queen
b2.
I
take, you take, and then I cannot, I'm there, so I cannot calculate that far.
It looks fine for black. Yeah?
And we agree a draw at the end.
Yeah. I thought maybe you wanted something like queen b2 or queen b1
queen b2 here.
But then they take on a7.
But then rook a7 is possible.
And this is...
And then again, always knight e7. I keep this...
I mean, rook a8 is a threat. I think I play queen b8 first and then knight e7, just to have the b6 square. And it looks...
all in all, it's...
I think, we have just traded away so much that it becomes much, much easier for black to equalize.
Okay, let me tell you something. Okay. Our knight, and now our is white knight. The knight on f3 is not doing a thing. Yeah. In all the variations we are looking at, the knight on f3 never gets into the game. So maybe we should do something about it. I have no idea if it's possible.
But I mean, after queen c8... what can we do about it? Because black has an easy plan, rook d8 and so on. I mean, unless there is this bishop a7. By the way, bishop a7. Maybe, but I mean, that is to me it looks like it's maybe the only try for white which can be dangerous, because I don't see what else. Black just wants to play healthy moves, and bishop on a4 is now a bit out of play. Bishop is already on e6, so only if something very direct.
I'm still sort of wondering about c4, c5, but it just doesn't look nearly as threatening as it used to look, right?
Yeah, because the bishop is better.
Yeah, the bishop on a4 is just doing nothing. Yeah, it's just not very good. But Magnus disagrees. Magnus goes bishop d7, and after bishop d7, I want to say that here, we can definitely. Once again, I've sort of lost my place a little bit. 1 sec. Here we can maybe follow Miro's advice and try knight d2. But it feels slow.
And if I take again on a4. It's the same idea if you take with rook b2.
How equal is this endgame? Probably very equal, right? It's just not very much. We can even do something. We can even do something like this, I guess. Trade more pieces.
Yeah, knight is. It's maybe a little more comfortable for white, a little, but
I mean, some very, very slight advantage maybe, but you would take Magnus to hold this, right? You feel like Magnus probably has this under reasonable control. Yeah, it's kind of funny how, we spent 20 minutes saying Jan is playing this beautifully and has such a wonderful position and Magnus is extremely unhappy. And then make one inaccurate move, which we suspect rook d1 is a little bit inaccurate. And so much of that is just completely gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's chess. It's a difficult game, yeah. Especially on this level, you have to be very precise.
Yeah. And it's not a bad move. It makes perfect logical sense because you feel like there will be play, like d-file will be important. You put a rook on an open file. You know, since you're expecting bishop b6, bishop d7, there will be pieces on the d-file to use for the X-ray purposes and so on. So it's not like wasted a tempo, but still, like it feels like Black's life is so much easier suddenly.
Yeah, but I would still, if I would be Magnus, I would still take a bit of more time to consider queen c8 because it's very, unless he calculated all those variations and those variations do not work, but otherwise it's much more principle queen c8 because after bishop d7, in any case, white is tiny better. After queen c8, it might be that black is simply not a tiny worse at all. Yeah, I mean, unless because rook d8. I mean, I don't know. Bishop d7 is a bit. Of course, I suspect Magnus to be very happy with the last couple of moves. So maybe he just went, okay, now I'm quite safe with bishop d7, and I'm so happy about it. But queen c8 was a very serious option in my opinion, unless we are missing something because of bishop a7. But anyway, it's already past.
Yeah, it's all gone. Yeah, and it's unclear. It's unclear where to even go here. From maybe if we want to play the c4, c5 lines, we need to actually take on d7 first, right?
Mm-hmm. Queen
d7, c4, queen c6, c5. But yeah, the problem is black actually has time to play rook fd8 or rook fc8 here. Because if you were forced to play bishop b7, maybe you could create some tactical problems for black with some sort of knight f5 here, creating all kinds of annoying little knight takes e5 ideas. And I still don't know how good this is for white after rook e8, but maybe you could push a little bit.
I mean, the queen is so strong on c6 that I don't see for white any other way than exchanging it sooner than later with queen a4. Yeah. I mean, that's.
Yeah, but rook fd8 is just so much stronger because you get to put the bishop on a good square. So this endgame, let's say we go queen a4, takes, the bishop goes all the way back. We take on d8. We play, I don't know, rook a7. Is it ever anything?
I put my knight on a8. There is a certain risk for black here, but it can be a bit better. But the point is the knights, the white knights on g3, f3, they're a bit far from action. So that is the reason why, to me, it looks like it shouldn't be anything special. Knight e8.
Knight e8, I guess we go knight f5 for now, yeah.
And then maybe I put pawn on f6.
And we start trading, yeah.
Yeah, start trading. Yeah, of course, if white knight gets somewhere close to d5 or something like that, it might.
So
be
I want to play
but
something like g4, knight e7, and maybe h4 here.
I don't know about knight e7, or maybe I will start attacking the c3 pawn already at some point. C5 pawn, sorry.
Like rook d3, c3 or something, yeah?
Something of that sort, yeah, maybe. Because after rook a8 I have king f7. I mean, it's a bit tactical, knight f4, so I won't. Of course, it might work for white under some circumstances, but let's say knight f4.
Even bishop takes c5 exists, as I now realize.
Yeah, so, but it looks like it shouldn't really be any real danger here for black.
Yeah. But
probably that is where it will arrive, the game, at some point on, because this or that way, it probably will get into this kind of endgame.
Yeah, of the options we've seen, this still looks like maybe the best we could find for white so far.
On 92,
or maybe 92,
was what Peter, what you offered, that makes.
No, that wasn't my idea. That was I was quite certain Miro was trying to guide me there, and correctly so, because getting this knight to some kind of a good square is a good thing.
Yeah, and bishop a4, queen a4. Yeah, this. Yeah.
But we don't really think it's very much Miro, right? We just think it's maybe the best we have now.
I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't look much, certainly, but maybe still not that easy for black. Honestly, in this endgame, I would prefer the knight on c4 over the pawn on c5. So when we are pushing this c4, c5 pawn, okay, if we can kind of have both, great, but...
yeah, some kind of a position like this.
Unlikely, yes. Knight c4, bishop f8, and here...
Yeah, and also I used to make this joke a lot when it's my games. Against Jan, I would feel a bit stupid saying the exact same things, but I do want to point out that I think Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi game here continues for longer, and White wins more of them than the Nepomniachtchi Carlsen game. Maybe I'm wrong, because like it definitely is true if you replace the name Nepomniachtchi with the name Svidler, but I mean Jan is kind of miles better than me at chess right now, so that's not a proper comparison.
But yeah, I guess Black also, instead of Rook d8, I was wondering if Black can maybe go Rook b5, trying to meet a Knight c4 with Bishop c5.
Yeah.
Maybe just to...
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, if it works, maybe Rook b5 actually kind of provokes us enough to play c4 now. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and then Rook b4 maybe.
Then Rook b4, yeah. And some
all,
kind of a move. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
a6.
Then Rook b8. Then maybe you get the B line. Rook fb8, c5, bishop goes, and some counterplay knight f4 can come.
Yeah, it's
all in all, Black has options, and it's not too much.
Yeah. And Paul Salier saying Magnus would be happy to have this position with White. I mean, happier than Jan is, I think. And also, but I think, even if this is true, I think, it depends on whether you take this in a vacuum or if you remember that 2 moves ago, this didn't seem probable. It looked like Black will not get this.
That's exactly what I wanted to mention also, that in general it's still kind of comfortable for White, but remembering how nice position you had like only 2 moves ago, that's already not the same feeling for a player. Yeah, we are all, me and Peter and Evgenij, we know this. Yeah, we played a lot, so we know that you feel disappointed already with the state of affairs instead of being happy that you are still slightly better and still have a bit of pressure.
And the opposite applies. If you were worse, then you are so happy playing this slightly better endgame that you are very likely to win it, right? I mean, you were worse half of the game, and then all of a sudden, such a comfortable position.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just wondering if White can go knight f5 maybe here.
I think
bishop a4, queen a4, just to be more direct. Sometimes.
Yeah, I thought Black takes, and I wanted to play Rook e8. Oh no, but Rook 8 here, Rook c4 is quite decent. Yeah, maybe. I still don't know how big of an advantage something like this is, honestly.
But maybe then you could have tried Rook a8 immediately without taking.
Or maybe even without capturing. Yeah, I don't know.
Even though still Queen
c4 though. Yeah, I think
take Queen e6. Yeah.
I think in general I would like the queens off, although I missed Queen e6. Queen e6 is a solid move here, because if White... Hang on a second, we can go back.
Yeah, but that's already not so much problem.
I would hate this with Black, but I just really hate the structure. Maybe, I mean, I'm definitely biased, because I know this is not horrible, but I really, like in my games, I try never to avoid to allow this, because I know people will torture me forever, and I don't like
maybe instead of Queen e6, I mean, after... Rook e8, even you could just Queen c4, take a knight e7, something quite solid, maybe instead of Queen e6. It's already clear that even if White is still a bit better, but it's already much less. I mean, it's already quite little for White here.
Yeah, it's not a lot. It definitely isn't a lot. And people in chat are already calling for the bishop b3, bishop b6 repetition, but knowing Jan, No, not happening.
No way.
Not happening.
No, but White is risk-free anyway now, so White it moves.
Even people who have led the chicken index in their careers, such as myself, probably wouldn't play bishop b3 here, and Jan has never been anywhere near that index. So
Sorry, General, can I leave you just for a few minutes? I mean, 3
Sure,
minutes and I
absolutely,
come
yeah.
back. Okay.
Sure.
So I believe that's the time that I'm supposed to say something.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Please
nice.
do. Please do this.
Not that I've got much to say, Peter. To be honest.
Yeah, this threesome is not. Or maybe this is exactly how. I mean, I'm not particularly experienced on that topic, but maybe that's how all the threesomes go. You know, do people kind of get all the quote unquote fun and. Speaking.
I thought the idea was that you can, kind of be around, not participate, and still be considered part of the threesome. That's exactly what I was doing now.
Yeah. Speaking purely from a theoretical viewpoint here, obviously. Anyway, until Jan comes up with something, I don't really know what to add to what we've already said. It's still a nice position for white. The bishop on e3 is still nicer than the bishop on d6, but feels like he has by one we want to say, like, it's very difficult to call the move rook e1 a mistake, but it does seem like his edge is much narrower now.
Honestly, you're too much of you and Vlad, too much of a very strong players. I'm having hard times kind of following your deep thoughts, because yes, it looked better than a couple of moves ago, but do I care? I still play my knight d2. Life gives you what? Lemons, you make lemonade,
Yeah.
right? It seems that the best you can do. I was wondering if he somehow could keep
Sweet,
kind of the
sweet
queens
lemonade.
and try to get this slight pressure with the queens on, but I just failed to spot it because of this rook b2 thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like bishop takes a4 and rook b2 is such an annoying threat here that we seem to be unable to actually keep the queens on in this position. Yeah. I'm struggling to make any kind of progress. So I've gotten to the point in the analysis of a single position where I would really like for Jan to have to make a move so that we can sort of move on and start discussing something hopefully a little bit new.
So one more time, knight f5, black captures, right?
Yeah, we have established that rook a4, rook b2 is just not good at all for white. So
yeah, not good at all. And queen a4, rook a8 perhaps is the most.
I like this. I honestly like this better. I think.
But here I don't know why you insist on like going rook c4, rook a1. Okay, one rook, two rooks. Still, I like the fact that we control the a file.
Sure,
and
but how much do we actually have in a position like this?
Nothing.
No, it really isn't very much, right? I can go like king f8, knight e7, next couple of moves.
Nothing, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, knight d2 still.
Yeah, I understand where. Black is not. Although after knight d2, I can start trading straight away.
Hinting at me always being better, quote unquote better. Never properly better, perhaps. But
yeah, it's the structure is actually like I have to fight the urge to constantly compare it to one of the lines I hate the most in the entire history of chess, which is how does that go? This stupid line. Like you get positions like this here very often, right? Only here there's still some pawns on the queen side. Like black plays f6 and like bishop e3, e5. And the structure is somewhat similar, and the bishop often goes to d6 as well. So there are definitely similarities. And as somebody who has, who has had the experience of having to play this with black, it's like you're not much worse, but you also know you're going to be ever so slightly worse for the rest of the game, and your opponent is going to be the only one enjoying it, and you kind of hate it, even though you almost never lose these types of positions. So The same applies to all of these endgames, like these positions that we're discussing.
And YouTube immediately reminds you of Rajabov Svidler, even though it was a
slightly
line.
different line. But yeah, that is one of the most painful memories of recent times. Even though like the stakes in the games weren't very high, but the overall experience of that game was just so unbelievably painful. Yeah. But yeah, I really don't know what we're supposed to add here until a move appears. There's a number of ways for white to get this position or something very similar, or a position where instead of knight d2, knight c4, you get the pawn to c5. But none of those things seem like...
Wait a second. So if I take your bishop...
Yeah, I take with the queen here.
You take with the queen. And your queen... You have the idea of queen c6, right? Hang on. But maybe, just maybe...
Go on. Like knight f5 now?
No, I thought, once again, the weird idea of knight f5 combined with knight h4, but this time e4 pawn is...
Yeah, I think we can just go like queen takes e4 here quite happily, right? Because winning the central pawn here is going to be more important than doubling the pawns on the g file. In fact, white probably doesn't even have immediate equality here. Maybe they make a draw, but like they have to work for a draw now, which is really bizarre, considering where we started. Yeah, I just can't really figure out how to get anywhere here with white.
Queen c6, yeah.
Yeah, and the c5. Vladimir suggested rook fc8 here, which I suspect means he is an even bigger man of culture than I am, because I don't really understand why it's supposed to be on c8 in that position. But even my slightly more caveman move like rook fg8, and then we just go bishop f8 here. I think it should be fine. I think we should be fine. Queen c4 here instead of queen a4, says Kahisin. So, yeah, you can play queen c4. I will still probably play bishop f... you want rook a6. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, that makes some sense. Jan, in the meantime...
But still, I mean, after bishop f8, I mean, in this particular...
yeah, let me put...
knight d2.
Yeah, queen c4, bishop f8, I think black probably...
You have to take...
Yeah, I think...
Yeah, then rook a6, queen b7, because you get some lines also. Yeah. Unless there is bishop h6.
I don't know what bishop h6 is.
Start calculating this.
Obviously, anything that forces me to calculate, I just would like to forbid. Please don't make me calculate. I'm struggling as it is. Anyway, he has played knight d2, which is a move we have also been discussing quite seriously. I think we start by taking, right? Because queen e6, bishop b3 makes no sense.
Well, rook a8, of course, makes some sense, but then I'm afraid bishop b3 probably. Yeah, white wants to come back with a bishop. I don't know how dangerous it is.
Probably also not really all that horrible.
Because otherwise, if you take on d7, it might be a better version for black. Maybe a slightly better version.
Yeah, this just looks fine, right? Queen c6 next move. This looks just completely fine, I think. Yeah,
it seems so. I mean, unless tactics, knight c4, queen c6, taking on a8. No, there is no.
There's some knight a5 here, but I mean, we can even go back. If all else fails, we can just go back. Because
queen a6, of course, white has some tricks. Knight f5. I mean, you need to calculate some lines here. But to me, it's clear that it's pretty much about finding the most accurate way for black. It's not like black is really in real danger of being seriously worse. It's just to be, somewhat, make a accurate decision, and with the 2-3 accurate moves, black probably should be able to equalize fully.
It feels like it. Yeah, it feels like it that this is now symmetric enough, and enough things will come off the board pretty quickly.
Yeah, for instance, let's say if I just takes on a4 twice, and then play in the most simple way, like rook d8. For instance. And I wanted 97 at some point, just to stop this 95. Something of that kind, yeah, just to be... Yeah, the only problem is rook a6, but then maybe rook b3 will come, or even 98, okay.
Yeah.
So asking...
I'm very attached to
asking
the
you
idea of
what-
putting the pawn on h5 here, which I think is a good idea, just to kind of to make at least some endgames better for us in the long term by...
I get my rook b3,
Yeah,
rook b8,
but it's
I
not
get
a lot,
my
yeah.
play, yeah.
It's not a lot, yeah, but we're getting there quite quickly, yeah. The first capture on a4 happened already, and I assume the second one... Although, I mean, rook a8 here is, well, as often is the case, is not...
No, Magnus takes on a4,
Yeah, he's...
and now... No.
I think he's quite confident about not being in almost any trouble at all here. And rook a8, yeah, this is what we were also discussing. Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that now rook a1, I don't know if actually it is in black's favor to change one pair of rooks. I mean, yeah, it's possible, but...
Yeah, I mean...
You could have kept two rooks as well with black. But I guess rook d1, yeah, because given up the
rook
line...
c4, I don't really see what... Like, we want the knight on that square. It just doesn't seem right to put the rook on that square. So probably rook da1, and black obviously takes, because otherwise why did he play rook a8? And in this position, is there ever a reason to go knight d7? And then maybe bishop c5, if knight c4 happens. I'm not convinced, because I think even the most direct reply like this might be a bit of a problem, because this guy is weak.
Yeah, I wouldn't hurry with knight d7. And probably just go rook b8 or some healthy move. First on knight e7. Knight e7 is always like a nice option, yeah?
And
just to stop knight.
yeah,
rook b8.
Shahansky got so impressed by Miro's constant bishop a7 that he's suggesting bishop a7 here. But you don't really want to trade those bishops. I think trading this bishop for this bishop should be in black's favor. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Rook a1, and now we take everything and we go rook d8.
And rook d8.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very level. And Magnus just goes rook b8 after everything comes off. I guess white goes... But knight c4 we can even maybe start some rook b3 counterplay. Well, not really counterplay. White is not going to struggle to solve that problem. But yeah. Looks like...
So the question is whether knight f5 or knight c4. Yeah, that's a question.
Yeah, knight f5 I would like to go to knight e7 probably immediately. Yeah, start trading. Yeah. Feels like this is very quickly becoming more or less completely sterile.
Yeah, I mean, at least white has to find something extremely subtle, yeah, some very subtle way of playing to pretend to be even tiny better, yeah. I mean, it must be something very subtle, because otherwise, yeah, it's not rather clear why he would...
Yeah, why even better here? Yeah, exactly, like...
Yeah.
Maybe get the king to c2 first. Like go king f1 here. Let's see what happens. Not decide yet if it's knight f5 or knight c4.
Yeah.
I mean, it adds up in a rook b2 king e2 line at least.
Yeah, knight
Okay,
f4
I'm curious about
yeah.
knight f4. Yeah, like if you make a slow move like this, maybe this is not so stupid. Like structurally, I'm not sure this is a good trade, but maybe if
Okay. Don't expect me to play knight c4 now.
Yeah.
I will not.
Maybe knight e2.
Knight f5.
Or knight f5 or something, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, knight f5, I thought maybe black can then transfer his knight, go and play knight e6, for instance. And it seems not a bad square for
in
the
particular
knight.
against,
Even here, knight
yeah,
e6.
in particular against knight e2, I think knight e6. Like, why do we think white is better here? Like, it's just it looks completely solid for black.
Okay, rook on a4 is maybe better than the rook on b8. Okay, kind of a file is better than the b file.
Because it's the first file, right? You know, and they obviously go in the order of quality.
A alpha,
the order of quality.
and the other thing, maybe our king is one step closer.
Yeah, but those are all. Yeah, we're stretching it here. We obviously, and if knight c4, once again, like we can start creating some small annoying threats, because knight e2 in this position is kind of bad because of knight takes e4, so you have to play something like bishop d2. And then once again, I'm sort of interested in the...
Yeah, even black can try to play for counterplay.
Yeah,
with
knight f4, because
direct.
the white pieces are slightly sort of discoordinated currently, and you can try to make use of it by playing as actively as possible. Yeah, it seems like just... I don't even know how to ask one question here.
Yeah. By the way, bishop c5 was also an option, after bishop d2.
Absolutely.
No, it looks like black simply equalized. It's actually, pretty sad for Jan. I mean, that, he just gave it away by himself with one move, which was, frankly, quite an obvious mistake to my understanding. He didn't go deep into the position. Because if he would go deep, he would probably understand that it's a moment now to do something quick and to put pressure now. Because if you look at this position, so finally he had played rook d a1. So finally, even if it would be black to move, probably black would have gone bishop e6. Bishop a4, bishop d7, knight d2. So in a way, he lost a tempi. It was just a loss of tempi.
Yeah, and
because imagine if he would have gone knight d2 here, even. And I'm not sure black would have something really better than playing in the same fashion when white would be practically a tempo up.
Yeah, just a tempo up. Yeah, I'm not sure how. It might be something, because at least if we want to, we can keep the queens on, because there's no more rook b2. I'm not sure how important this is, but at least.
But still, tempo is a tempo, because now it seems to me that the position, frankly, it is practically equal. I don't even see why white is any better, actually.
Yeah, I'm struggling to figure out how we're supposed to improve.
Yeah, because even against moves like after knight f5 or especially knight c4, you can even play bishop f8. I'm not, even if you go bishop f8, isn't it really anything? Yeah? But of course you don't need to. But that black already has a number of.
No, but then if you continue giving me those small things, maybe if after rook a7 you continue going back, maybe eventually I will be a little bit better.
I agree. But of course you don't play bishop f8. But that it's already rook a6.
Yeah, rook a6 is a move.
Makes sense. Knight e7, looks very
Knight
logical.
e7 looks logical.
You want just to keep this against knight f5.
Yeah, knight e7, bishop c5 I would be interested in, just to trade.
And I'm only a bit worried about rook c6 at some point.
But then we can go knight e7, in the end, you mean? Yeah.
After, at the end, yeah.
In some position, maybe even immediately, And then the pawn on c7 might actually get lost here after rook b7, knight d5. We seem to have misplaced our pawn on c7.
Knight e7 is very fancy. Just protecting the square on c6, also against knight f5. c4, we have knight d7 after c4, so it's not a threat. And after knight c4, now, one question is if I play rook b3, just trying to kind of force a draw.
Yeah, that's one option. The other would be maybe rook check and rook d1 to play rook d3 afterwards is also maybe a playable idea.
By the way, it makes a lot of sense,
Forcing king h2 and then going rook d1, rook d3.
Because this knight on g3 is also now, it's not a great piece,
Yeah, you need to find some way to put it. I think here you play something like f3, rook d3, knight e2, but how bad can this be for black?
Pardon, but can we return to my king f1 idea after rook a6, knight e7? Because this seems to be an improved version.
Yeah, this does seem like an improved version. Yeah, get it to d3, yeah.
But now already knight d7 and bishop c5, for instance, this plan.
But will it kind of fully equalize if, say, this and maybe some
takes rook a5, I guess.
Rook a5, so that
forces
you will
knight
I come back to d7.
Yeah, if you have to go to d7, then some knight c4. At least we organize some jumping.
Well, I don't hurry with bishop c5. Knight d7 I quite like, but maybe bishop c5 is not necessary.
Yeah.
Then what move?
I will say though, I kept on sort of showing it with moves without saying words about it. But I want to say I would be a lot like I want to say if the pawn is on h7 here, this is probably completely equal. With the pawn on h6, if white finds time to put the pawn on h5, a lot of endgames become kind of annoying for a very, very long time. And it might be difficult because of the bishop on e3, because you cannot really meet h4 with g6 because the pawn is always hanging. So there is still something, and this is why all of us, I think, are so interested in trading the bishops, so that, you know, those potential issues are much less pronounced without the bishops on the board.
Yeah, the only thing that maybe black has more direct ways of playing, like knight f4, for instance, in this position. And if I can try to...
Looks like we almost missed the raid. Thanks very much for the raid again, Jorbs, and welcome to all the diggers. Yeah. Calipers would be good here. That much we know.
Yeah, knight f4, knight c4, so yeah, maybe still a couple of accurate moves maybe required for black.
Apart from knight e7 and knight d7...
Knight f4, yeah, knight f4 is very straightforward way of playing. I mean, it has to be checked. Again, yeah, that requires calculation after bishop takes f4, and that is not what we are looking for when we analyze here. But it might actually take knight f5.
I like this move quite a lot, because if we get this knight to e6, I think it's by far the best square, and all of these positions, like the moment bishop e5 happens, I'm just so much happier with black, because you can start kind of direct counterplay against.
Yeah, if it works, because
rook c6
and knight f3 comes. I don't know.
Exactly, with knight f3 next, yeah.
I was thinking about playing maybe bishop c5, then you want rook b2 next. I mean, just something quite direct, trying to get rook b2, but again, this already requires calculation.
Yeah.
Or maybe even rook b2 directly, I don't know, yeah. Maybe rook b2 can work as well.
Rook b2...
The idea if knight d6, I want to take on d2, obviously.
Yeah, and
Guys, may I step up? Why do you exchange my beautiful bishop? As Jan Elvest once said, Tolia zachem ty razmieniale to slona.
Yeah.
You can play knight f5 first, and
no,
then...
because knight e2, knight c3. That's the point.
That's
the point.
My silly question is answered.
I'm kind of trying to stop you from doing anything. Direct. I don't know. Knight c4 might work, of course.
Knight c4. I had some idea here. I think it was rook b3.
Or again, check and rook d1.
Or check and rook d1,
yeah.
But I want to start with this. Because maybe if you go bishop d2, maybe I can play something fancy like check and bishop c5. And knight e5, bishop takes f2 appears to be working, because bishop f4 we have bishop g1 check, and we're actually winning, I think. Or close to winning anyway. I actually quite like knight f4.
Yeah, it's a healthy move, so if it works tactically, I mean directly, it makes a lot of sense. It's active, move. It's just that you, because takes knight c4, there is this rook b2, it seems to work. To me, and otherwise, if you don't take on f4, then why not to play knight f4?
Exactly, yeah.
Because if knight c4, I can always check and knight takes c4, and I was thinking, knight d6, maybe even knight f2 can work. Anyways,
you mean after the capture, knight f5, rook b2, knight c4. Yeah, I thought just takes. I mean, check and take on e4. I mean, we might.
Yeah, also bishop c5.
Yeah, but we might be better here. Like it's.
F3 is nice in this position, Kappa.
Knight g3.
F3 is knight g3, and either this is mate or this is mate.
So knight f4, maybe knight c4 is a serious option.
Yeah, but I think rook b3 holds. Yeah, I'm
yeah, or check rook d1 by the way also makes sense. Yeah, because you cut, but
yeah,
you kind of activate your piece, and you're asking white now why you're any better. Actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Why it's you who is fighting for something.
Yeah,
because it might also be that it can. Yeah, of course, black has no real chance.
I guess you play f3, and now maybe you want to take and go knight f5 next move.
Wait a second. By the same token, could I go rook a8, rook d8? Strangely.
Instead of f3.
I mean, some. Maybe some.
I have 96, yeah. I have 96.
Yeah, 96. It doesn't. Well, once again, yeah, everything under control.
Yeah, seems like things are under control. Yeah, this is also playable, but
rook b3.
Yeah, rook b3. The issue is like if my line against bishop d2 works, white might just have to accept that this is the best they will ever get, and this is just a draw. Like this, we know is a draw.
Well, this is not even slightly worse. I mean, maybe c4 to play instead of rook d6, but that is. I mean, if still rook c3.
Yeah, if all else fails, I can go rook c3 here. Yeah, I'm just not. I don't believe I will ever be risking anything at all in this structure. So, it seems like probably other moves are also fine. But if there is a choice to play actively here, I would prefer to play actively just. So that there is.
Yeah, because black also might want just to play g6 next, and simply cut the knight g6, king g7, and just that there is never knight f5.
Yeah, and people are saying the problem is Nepo is very happy if he achieves 14 draws. I don't know if anyone is particularly happy at the prospect of playing a rapid playoff against Magnus. And
well, in any case, you don't think when you are playing game 5 about achieving 14 draws. And if you are making draws with white, if you are playing for a draw with white and only playing black, there is a fair chance you will not achieve it. Yeah? So it's not really the strategy.
No, I'm pretty sure it's not.
Yeah. No, it's just that from some point on, after this rook d1, I suspect that there was simply nothing better already for him than to go to this endgame. I mean, it's not that he is happy now about this, about the state of affairs at the moment, because I'm sure he knows that he could have done better, but there is not much else to do.
Yeah. I don't know if you've tired of that question, but people in chat are asking, why exactly did you quit chess? Probably because they are watching you absolutely, destroy this commentary and like guess everything correctly and explain everything so clearly. So they're wondering why did you?
Well, I'm 46 already, and just one day there is there are a number of issues which come together one day that it's becoming more difficult to compete on the very top level, simply physically, because it's one thing is sitting with you guys, enjoying it and, proposing some ideas. Another thing that every this idea you propose here, when you're playing a game, you have to think, to calculate it out. It takes a lot of energy. So at some point it's difficult to hold, for a 6-hour game, just energetically, and motivation is getting a bit down. And also for me, one day you understand that at minimum physically, not mentioning chess-wise, that you cannot already fight for being the best or one of the really top 3 players. Then, once you've been already there and played a lot, then somehow you feel like, it's not worth anymore, because keeping even in top 10, it requires lots of time, lots of work, and with every year it requires more and more work, because you're not getting better physically and so on. So one day just, this starts to overcome the pleasures of, and I still enjoy chess, and but at some point this balance is missed. You feel like you need more and more every year, and the result is less and less satisfactory. So one day you say, okay, enough is enough. I better comment with such a nice company, and that's the way it went with me, at least.
Yeah, and in the meantime, he played knight e8 here, which is, it's a move.
Yeah, it's healthy. Of course, there is nothing wrong with it. But yeah, there was even less wrong with knight f4 in my opinion. But why not? I think that Magnus, he's sure that he's not going to lose his position. So he wants, after this difficult moment which he had at some point on, he just wants to be solid and just make a quiet draw. And you know.
Still a little bit surprised, honestly, by that decision, because I think most people, like, if there is an option here to defend passively or, you know, reasonably actively, you would prefer the active way. But yeah, this is not bad. I assume the idea is to play knight f5, knight e7. Because rook takes d6, you can meet with knight takes f5, and this is just completely fine with knight takes e3 to come. And if the knights get traded, yes, you might have to play f6 next move after something like knight c4, but you're not that unhappy.
But still, it's maybe even knight e7, g4. I mean, it's like playing knight e8. It's like saying, okay, I'm slightly worse. I want to accurately defend and make a draw. But why when you are not slightly worse? When you're just equal?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised.
So sure. I mean, about this move. Of course, I mean, white is again kind of slightly better after knight e8. So nothing special, but there was no reason at all to do this.
Exactly. I'm a bit surprised. I'm still expecting him to hold this, but in particular after he let me check, but I think he spent like around 10 minutes on this move, 11 minutes. In a position like this, I think 11 minutes is quite a bit, and I just liked knight f4, and I thought it was much more logical.
Yeah, but all knight e7, it's just a strange place for the knight e8, very strange. Because now also white can get at some point c4, c5 ideas, and knight on e8 is a bit restricted.
Maybe he actually, maybe he wants to drop it back and go knight d6.
Yeah, but then what? Yeah, I mean, because the point is that knight d6 I don't take. Yeah, I can always let.
Yeah, something like this. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, it's of course rook b7. It's solid, but still, or g3 maybe.
Yeah, I don't know why I played.
I mean, okay, it's of course nothing special, but still knight c4, for instance, here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
I don't see why.
Yeah, exactly.
Why it would be so passive.
The biggest question is why choose this over the other options? It's not horrible. It's a move we were often making like slightly later anyway. But I just don't know what the point.
But at least because it's clear to me that now probably the game will not end in the next 10 moves within the next 10 moves, which was a very serious fair chance. In other case, king f1.
And I want to, Miro probably is very happy about this because this is finally happening. He's been calling for it for a while, and it's finally happening.
Yeah, even if since Miro has left for a second and he doesn't hear me, I would say that I don't like very much this king f1. Here I thought,
I would have preferred knight f5 as well. Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, because now, for instance, black has an idea maybe to play bishop e7, maybe even followed by bishop g5 at some point. I don't know, knight f5, bishop g5.
Yeah, I think also you can sort of view it from like you have to ask yourself the question, like, is there a better square for this knight than f5? And if not, why are we what are we trying to gain by postponing it for a move? And I mean, even knight e7, I think, is reason enough for me not to postpone, because now knight f5, there will be additional trades, which probably, even though I'm not that
even so, still, it's a little something.
I'm not that unhappy with white here, in particular the knight gets to e4. Yeah, I would have played knight f5 first.
But now there is this bishop e7. It's a very principal way of playing, I think. Because there is not much you can do to stop bishop g5. So now the question is takes maybe g3 and try to get knight f3. But if you don't, probably black will be just making a simple draw. But maybe not so simple. f6, I guess.
Yeah, it's not very much. Yeah, I quite like bishop e7, bishop g5. Yeah, that's a very A very smart solution. And I mean, I can play knight f3, but it feels so weird just to be spending so much time to prevent this one idea. Just doesn't really feel right.
Well, maybe I can get my knight to d6. And
I was planning to go knight f5, but once again I assume that
bishop f8,
F8.
because knight e4 or g6.
yeah, that's my big tactical point here.
Rook b1 check. You have to. Yeah, probably. I don't know. King, because taking some pawns. Yeah, it should.
But yeah, we shouldn't be getting involved with this, I think.
But yeah, in any case, 98 looked quite strange to me, but King f1 also, frankly, okay, I'm very sorry, of course, to be unhappy with almost every second move of players, and maybe I'm wrong, but it just looks a bit strange, no?
Yeah,
because I'm not quite sure. On King e2, there is always knight f4 check. I'm not. My feeling that I would try to go like knight f5, g3, king g2. Yeah, that's a way to improve the king. I don't know how much the king is really better on e2, but okay.
Yeah. I got so confused by all of this that I actually, for the first time today, did a little bit of cheating and checked, and knight f4 was completely fine on the previous move, of course. I was wondering if we were missing something very obvious, but no, we weren't.
But 98 was at least in top 5? Or
I didn't check, no.
Okay.
Not in the top 3, but I didn't go deeper than top 5. Yeah. So, your king f1 is on the board, Miro.
I'm very happy.
Yes. Yes, even though it got... Using your slight absence, Vladimir said that he is not a huge fan of it here, which I feel was a personal attack which should not stand. We must...
Yeah, but I would just add especially a remark that Peter had agreed with me. So okay, if he is spoiling me, I'm going to do the same.
Yeah.
No, I'm a simple guy. I know kind of the king belongs to the center in the endgame. That's what I was told. So
Yeah.
incapable of calculating a single line. So I'm just thinking, okay, let's get the king to d3 and then see.
Yeah.
Knight f8 is played.
Like we're doing the anime betrayals here. The show has acquired a new quality. Yeah, I mean, we did like the knight on e6, but
yeah, but I mean, not with a knight on e8. I'm not so happy with the way black is playing. I mean, knight f5, for instance. What is black trying to tell us? Knight c4, knight to f5. I'm just not quite get.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah,
the idea. Why so passive? Yeah, why so passive?
Why?
Let's say I go knight c4, for instance.
I'm guessing knight e6. Yeah, knight f5.
And if I go knight f5,
I don't exactly know. Maybe it's rook d8, but we are really.
That is really passive. Yeah, rook will get to c6.
Yeah,
I mean,
once again, my h4, h5 stuff is coming back online potentially. I just don't like this.
Yeah, knight a5, knight c6. I mean, it's very strange. I just find it really strange what is going on. I mean, how to, after the very basic, simple move like knight c4, how black wants to proceed. I mean, to equalize, of course, it's still within a probably drawing margin, but it's already not equal anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening here.
It's very strange. I mean, knight c4, yeah, so what would be the plan after knight c4?
Yeah, let's try to improve on what we did previously. But also, like, in terms of generating counterplay with rook d3, you might now just be losing after rook a8. Like you've put your pieces on such squares that like this might just be bad. But rook c3 though, yeah, rook c3 might.
Yeah, but still, it's not so easy. Even if you just remove your knight, I mean, it can be quite dangerous. Knight somewhere,
Knight f6, knight f5 or something.
And knight f5 can with this pin is very dangerous.
Like,
6 to d7.
yeah, this. I mean, black probably survives. I'm just very kind of.
Yeah, but the point is rook b3. You can just play bishop d2. I suppose, for instance.
No, after bishop d2, I think I had an. Or maybe I didn't have an idea. Yeah, I don't know what.
Because still rook a8. Rook a8 is still a very annoying
Yeah, and
strategy.
Jan starts with knight f5, which is also obviously not going to be a mistake. Yeah.
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 Is it that obvious if black plays h5, g6 now?
Yeah, h5 I would really like, but I guess you have to have the answer.
Yeah, but knight c4.
You have to have the
question is
answer
how
here.
to save the pawn, simply.
Yeah.
Mhm.
H5 makes perfect sense to me because you really do want to get those pawns off of the dark squares. I guess you have to grovel now. You have to go rook d8 and grovel.
Yeah, but that is already, it's for sure not equal, no? I mean, it's already...
Maybe even something like g4 takes, and if you play g6, we can go knight h6 and g5, and the knight comes back to g4.
Yeah, the knight a5 ideas
Or knight
as
a5
well, knight
ideas.
c7, knight c6. I mean, white is again pressing. I mean, it's really, knight a5, it looks very annoying.
Yeah, it's actually
Knight getting to c6.
Yeah, this is.
It's again,
See the power
again
of
unpleasant.
one confusing Magnus.
No, I'm like this is like seriously annoying for black.
I think so.
I'm
yeah.
struggling,
It
I'm-
looks
And it will
tough.
get even more annoying.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe black can try to put the knight on d7 at least to protect the pawn on e5 and then to play bishop.
I mean,
e5,
right now,
but it's
right
like-
now he just
no.
loses, right? I mean,
No, I mean in this given position. No, Magnus plays knight e6. I've played knight e6.
okay, I would like to play.
And what does he want against knight c4?
I don't know.
Bishop c5, no?
Yeah, but
Rook
then I
e6.
can take on
No,
e5
rook
simply.
e6.
Can I just take
Ah,
the
yeah,
pawn?
you take a... Sorry.
And then knight c5 maybe, but you're like we're
Yeah.
playing with fire again. Like this might work out tactically, but I'm really not enjoying any of this.
But maybe it does really, yeah? Knight e3, knight c5 and just wins
I'm trying
pawn
to
back.
insert knight e7 check somewhere, but I can't figure out how.
But even knight e3, knight c5, if I put my rook on c6, can it still be little something for white?
Yeah, but
Like, I don't know, tactical, yeah, knight d5, probably not.
feels
yeah,
like
probably
here
not.
we will survive somehow
Yeah.
with black once again. Too many trades.
But by the way, knight c4, bishop c5, I can just maybe remove my bishop to d2. So, I mean, it looks well, at least bit dangerous for black. At least.
Yeah,
For no particular reason at all.
yeah. Yeah, knight c4 played, so we'll see in a moment because this is like if he actually goes rook d8 here, I'm just very
No.
confused.
No, but then black is worse. Black is really worse after rook d8 because king e2, then knight gets to e5. c6.
And I want to come back to my idea of I really like the idea of playing g4 in all of these positions just to make sure that this guy stays on h6.
I mean, if you play rook d8, it all, I'm sorry to be so harsh, but just doesn't make any sense. The whole black's play in the last few moves. Yeah, I mean, it's really passive. So I guess black should try now something to calculate variations, maybe true, to calculate bishop c5 and but yeah.
Yeah, this is a very confusing passage of play to me.
Mhm.
And I mean,
You just wait.
I will
He
just
wants to take the
point
pawn.
out that, and obviously, I mean, like nobody does that, but this might not be actually
Yeah, I was also
might
thinking
not be
about it,
all
yeah.
that bad, right? And we just play. I don't know what would you play here structurally. Like I guess we do. I guess maybe we do this. Yeah.
It's true, but even after h5, I can play king e2.
Yeah,
for
we're
instance,
in no
I don't
hurry.
know,
Yeah.
it's,
But also,
Yeah,
like
it's-
the point that we're now discussing these types of positional pawn sacrifices, it's just like none of this was necessary.
Mhm.
None of this was necessary. It didn't have to be, a top.
How terrible is knight?
Maybe knight c5. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe knight c5, some tactical idea.
What was yours, Miro?
I mean,
Knight
Knight
c5.
yeah, but still, I take a knight e5. I mean, that's a question if it works.
But then it's two checks, no?
But
I can
have
also
king goes and then there's the 8th round.
I can also include rook c6, but I don't know if I want to, right? Or rook a5 maybe is not stupid. To drive the bishop away from this diagonal and then take on e5. Like I want to wait for you to play bishop d6 and then I will take. Because then your checks don't achieve nearly as much, right? I can just go king f3 and but rook c2 still wins the pawn back.
But also the question was why not to take immediately on c5 and on e5, because those two checks, I go to d3 and I have rook a8 option. Yeah?
So we can take check.
If check king e2, check king d3, and rook a8.
This wins, this wins if it happens, pretty much. If it appears on the board, it just wins the game. Yeah, this is.
I think again, Black is again in trouble. I mean, in some kind of trouble. I don't know how big, but it's again not equal at all. Yeah, I don't know. It's a very strange game today.
Yeah.
Because the mistakes, of course, always possible to make mistakes, but here it looks like those mistakes are pretty unforced. If you are using the tennis language, it's totally unforced mistakes.
We haven't really refuted. Like, I think bishop c5 is probably the best. I really hate the idea of playing rook d8. And I'm also obviously not a huge fan of just giving up the pawn by playing something like h5, so I have to continue looking at this. Yeah, Magnus does have h5, Justin Piotr, but I mean, how happy are you just defending a pawn down endgame?
But if I play rook c6 here, for instance, take knight f takes
c3. I was thinking about knight f4 in this position. Otherwise, I was very happy with this until I spotted knight f4 because rook b1 is.
f3.
I missed f3. Yeah, maybe we're still pressing. Yeah.
Well, you can still play f6. Yeah.
I guess it's an improvement for black, though. Yeah, we managed to hold this pawn, and we even have some activity to look for.
Even though maybe not so easy.
Yeah, and
h4,
he has played rook
g3, knight gets to d5. Yeah, but that is really already, I would say, considerable advantage for white. Don't you think so?
Absolutely, yeah. I would be.
It's already.
Yeah, and
I mean, let's say if I play king e2, what is the plan? I mean, how to?
I think we play h5. I think the only plan we actually have is.
Yeah, but this knight a5 looks like a terribly dangerous idea, no? I mean, how to react against knight a5?
Why not immediately? By the way, yeah, I also really liked your.
I just want a tempo. I mean, maybe if I can, yeah.
Fair, yeah. Fair.
It's really getting, I mean, serious, this position.
Yeah, and
rook b8, I suppose, yeah, because you should activate the rook, but still knight c6.
Yeah, but like, how are we dealing?
I guess knight f6.
I guess maybe knight f6. Yeah, maybe knight f6. And
yeah, maybe here, yes. So maybe some a bit more accurate, but even after h5.
Hang on a second. Like, I mean. Variation continues. We're probably a pawn down. I mean, maybe we make a draw, but we're probably a pawn down here.
Yeah.
I guess we go king h7, rook d6, knight f4 check, and we claim that because we have activity.
Yeah, but I take and play e5, and I claim also something.
I claim that
also
by force.
Yeah.
No, knight e8 is possible, but it looks knight. Yeah, but okay, this is already like on the edge.
Yeah, it's very, very close. Yeah.
I mean, it's just something really strange. Yeah, it's becoming very serious.
Yeah, and
again, from out of nowhere, absolutely. And of course, Peter is correct. Also, move like g4 is positionally very, very good. Also, just to stop h5 and to ask black if he is not in Zugzwang here.
Yeah, and Vevelino says, I guess I'm the only one who's positive about g4. I've been saying g4 for the past hour, so I take I take some offense at that. No, I'm not like I'm specifically referring to a comment in chat because I did mention this move once or twice.
But I mean, here it's like if I'm white, I would be thinking, okay, so many good moves. Knight a5 also looks very, very unpleasant. Knight getting to c6 because now if rook b8, maybe I would just play g3 or something. Yeah, I mean, just to get the king to g2 and knight c6, rook a8 comes. Well, only that now maybe black has knight f6.
Yeah, maybe we release some tension by allowing knight f6.
Yeah, true. No, yeah, probably knight is good to keep the rook on d8, yeah, and have the knight on c4. And now again, some accurate move might cause black problems,
Yeah.
I feel.
And judging by the sound of the comments in chat, I'm going to guess that the engines say white has nothing at all, and this is completely fine. I still stand.
Could be.
I stand by every word I said. This is unpleasant and annoying. And if I for me personally, if I had this position with black, I would think I have not equalized and I will struggle.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. But okay, maybe it's I don't know what to say, but it doesn't look good. But again, after G4, I don't know what move to play with black. I mean, just simply don't. Let's say G4. Yeah, let's say I just want to stop H5, G6. What is black's plan? Because you cannot really do much.
I don't know. Maybe we can go back to bishop C5 somehow. Maybe that's the
giving up this E5 pawn.
But yeah, we have the same tactic as usual. I want to take on E3 and go knight C5.
Okay, and if I take on, I take on E5. Takes, cannot, knight E3. Takes. I still want my rook. Yeah, maybe you're in time. Yeah, because it's just so passive. This knight on E8 that doesn't look like knight C6. Can I go knight C6 here?
This is very clever. Yeah. No, this is not equal, right? I mean, maybe
again, maybe comps are managing somehow.
Yeah, maybe you can do maybe you can do something like this, but like already, if this doesn't work out, you kind of just lose. Like some position like this, with knight takes G7 to follow. Like
anything can happen. I mean, at least in try again. Maybe computer always finds in every line equality, but it's it's humanly very unpleasant.
Yeah,
to me at least. But I am thinking maybe black wants to sacrifice a pawn with G6, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Somehow I find it a bit difficult to make a move after G4.
Mm-hmm. No, I think it has to be bishop C5 specifically. I mean, and this is like if I could make both moves at once, like if I play King E2 and G4, the advantage of King E2 here is that it pretty much completely stops bishop C5 because now I can take with the king and everything is protected. So we completely rule out this idea, but we do allow this idea.
Well, the question is if G6 is fully equalizing. I mean, even if you manage G6 here, if I just would take on D6 and then this knight E7 check, maybe this kind of, let's say if I play F3 here and just knight CD6.
Check and knight D5,
Yeah, check a knight somewhere, to D5 or, probably D5.
Yeah, I'm guessing black probably.
No, here knight said maybe knight to C6. Yeah, I want to cut your rook somehow.
Even this, like
instead of knight, even
this is not.
Maybe knight C6. I like this knight just to, and then what?
King D3, I guess. I'm just.
Yeah, but that maybe is already close to nothing. Knight C7, knight E8, so maybe, Oh, it's true that it's still maybe solid enough for black, but it's really strange. There was absolutely, this I'm sure, there was absolutely no need to go so passive for black.
And like we currently, my thinking is, both in case of G4 and in case of King E2, black, in my understanding, has an only move. Because like if you make some kind of an indifferent move like F6 here and you allow G4, this is going to be so annoying to play. Like the pawn getting to H5 and like this is maybe knight C5 still holds. Like I understand that. Maybe this is not that bad.
Yeah, but even if you take on C5 and you just still continue playing rook C6 and push pawns, I mean, it's still far from draw. It's still very unpleasant, this position. I mean, black has to be very quick, I suppose.
Yeah. So we got to a point where we might have to defend with sort of precise, potentially only moves here, and that wasn't necessary. That wasn't necessary.
And what was after knight A5? What was the problem that you go rook B8? That you start
I think
Because I think allowing
we
knight
were
c6.
playing rook b8, yeah.
And then we were in time.
We thought so, yeah, we weren't sure, but we thought so.
Mhm. Yeah, maybe, but something tells me there might be a way for white. Some very, very refined, very subtle move which can cause black trouble. I mean, some trouble at least.
So, Miro, young people today don't know how to play endgames. Yes or no?
Of course, the answer is yes. They don't know.
But the problem is that also not young people, they also don't know. Nobody knows. I mean, that's
Yeah, fair point. Yeah.
And I guess, Miro, you would, I guess the move which you like most in this position for white
Is King E2? Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Why think if you can play and not think?
Yeah, like in the Blitz game, I think King probably is already on E2, and nobody really spends too much time even debating it. But
so what was the recipe after King E2? Something to C5.
No, H5 here.
H5.
Yeah, I think
H5, so that you want to play G6.
Yeah. I think if we don't do this, we're in a lot of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But after that, it becomes easier because if we can drop
Knight A5 here.
Yeah, we looked at this. I think we came to the conclusion.
I think Rook B8, was it?
Rook B8 still, yeah.
But it was not so bulletproof, but it seemed to work. Knight C6, Rook B2 check. Maybe I should have gone to F3.
Maybe King F3. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe King G3 was a bit too optimistic. I don't know. Maybe King H7 instead of Knight F6 first. Maybe we unpin and we wait for you to not have any attack on the G6 pawn here, and then we go Knight F6.
Might be, but it might get tactical. Even some G4 ideas. I don't know. Just
yeah, for sure. Something like this, like takes G6. We can take and go. I don't know.
Yeah, I was even thinking of playing Rook A8, maybe or something. Yeah, or something of that sort.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Rook A8 not, but this takes and trying to play against 9. Yeah, probably.
But feels like Black will survive, right? Because getting rid of the knight on f5 is just such a huge deal in this position. Being able to either trade it or make it go away. Bishop a7 here, stopping Rook b8, says Shahansky.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. This is finally it is the time for Bishop a7 to shine. No,
of course G4. Yeah, G4 is a move. So the question is how Black wants to react against G4.
Yeah.
It also weakens a bit of those squares, etc. I understand, yeah, but it's a principal way of playing.
And he played f3, which is a move we absolutely failed to consider. I'm guessing it stops Bishop c5 because the e4 pawn is not going to be hanging anymore, right? So here now we just take, but I don't know what it does against the h5 plan.
Yeah, against the h5, you know.
I don't know what it does here. And that was apparently called in chat earlier. Somewhere. Yeah, well played to you, Arvind. I'm not convinced it's such a great move, but you did suggest it, and I did not see it at the time. But yeah, like what's the reply to h5? Because I'm pretty sure h5 is by far the main plan that Black has here. Can we go Knight a5 now? Rook b8 became stronger, if anything, right?
It seems so, yeah.
Because the check from b2 will be even more annoying.
Well, King f2, I mean, yeah, you want to escape there, but King h7 again.
King h7, I think, yeah.
That must be quite decent. I guess White's plan is to try at some point to take on d6, after especially g6, and to transfer the knight to d5, something on the line of what we've been checking after king e2, h5, probably.
So we do f3, h5. What do we play here?
A useful move.
Which is probably king e2, so why didn't we play it on the previous
h4, I don't know, h4, just, I don't know,
okay.
g4 maybe, whatever move, g6, let's say, and then taken with the other
with the other knight, of course, yeah.
I don't know with which one. Yeah, let's say cd.
I would like to resign from my job.
F6.
I don't like my job anymore.
Ooh.
Maybe.
I don't know, but it's I don't know. It's okay, of course, what can I? But I just don't see why.
Yeah. Okay, now I play g4, right? I mean, I have to play I have to play g4 somewhere.
Or even if king e2, I don't understand what's an idea. Black wants king f7, bishop f8, or what? Because king f7, I thought rook a7 becomes annoying. And then to put bishop on f8, or what?
And, in this position we can play g4.
Yeah,
but I guess maybe maybe in some position like this you can start thinking about those things, yeah, because the bishop will get cut off and picked up.
Still, it's strange way of playing. I mean, again, yeah, maybe it's okay, but it's very strange to me. When you can play h5, unless we are missing some tactics. I mean, h5 looks like, you just play it and then you think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't lose, it's just such a useful move in every single endgame here, because you're... I mean, just as a thought experiment, if all the pieces come off, and I can probably even arrange that by, doing some really, really stupid stuff.
No, but the thing was that the knight on a6.
Yeah, I'm just sort of demonstrating.
No, I mean, this position, once you have knight f5, pawn on h5...
No, this is lost. But even, let's say, if you trade the rooks here and the knights, even that position you kind of play, right? But you probably don't win.
Yeah, probably you manage a draw black, but also...
Depending on where the kings are. But I mean, with the knights on the board, it's borderline lost, I think, right? So...
Yeah.
Why would you continue playing with this danger? It's very confusing. Maybe he wants to just play g4, g6 here immediately.
G6, I also was thinking about it, but it's doesn't look great somehow. Okay, first of all, knight h6. I mean,
and then just g5.
You cannot. Yeah, but h4. There is no way you can take this knight.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm very confused. I think he just decided his position is solid enough that he doesn't have to calculate a single variation, and he might.
But that's the way you lose sometimes.
Yeah, and he might be proven correct by events, but I don't like from a conceptual viewpoint. I just don't like what he's doing at all.
Yeah. I mean g4, but still, I mean g4. I want h4, h5. I trying to understand what is black's next move. Can somebody explain me what is black's next?
Not me.
I guess king f7 if you played f6, and otherwise why would you play f6? Yeah. But then h4. And if I manage h5, well, it's not funny for sure.
Hero, rescue us.
I don't know. Seriously, I was told by reputable streamers that f6 is never a good move.
Yeah, they played f3, f6 on a single move, like they would get permabanned. But
yeah, but seriously, I'm not that pessimistic about black's position maybe for lack of understanding, but kind of last couple of moves are really depressing.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. And obviously, I know how this thing works. We express this, unbelievable amounts of outrage about this, and then he just makes a very comfortable draw in the next 15 moves without, a single issue, and, tells us that we are entitled to our stupid opinions, as the quote goes, right?
True, but I mean, this is a situation where I really, with all respect to Magnus and disrespect to my, abilities nowadays, but I just don't. I think it's a serious mistake. I'm sorry. I mean, if it's clear to me that if White gets his pawn to h5, you will have a very, very dangerous position. I mean, and you could avoid it. So it's just really, I mean, to me, even something. Okay, maybe I'm a bit too arrogant to say it, but it's just unexplainable. This move.
Yeah, I don't really understand what's happening, and people are obviously wondering why we're not starting with h4. This is also not that much fun.
Yeah, also.
Like if you allow h5 here, maybe not that great either.
Yeah, but here at least g6 and maybe by tempi. Yeah. It's.
I think the answer is some kind of a structure like this is the maximum, and we want the maximum. Whereas allowing h4, h5 and trading one pair of pawns on the king side, I wouldn't say this is immediately equal either. I would need to be convinced this is equal, but I want more basically, and I think g4 is the way to try.
Yeah, because it seems like you can achieve it. I don't see how black can stop. Only I'm wondering if black can try to get back king f7, h4, rook b8, and try to organize, or rook b8, try to sacrifice the pawn and make a draw. But I don't see how. I mean, I really don't see how. What is the concept behind black's play?
He has played g4.
Yeah, g4 is
not
played,
shockingly.
With king f7, quickly king f7.
I just don't understand. Yeah, h4, h5, and h4, h5 is just happening now. And I'm so confused. I'm so very confused by this.
Yeah, because even king e2, because black can... Okay, then at least bishop f8, g6 is coming, but after h4, I don't get... Yeah, it's played, of course.
Jan knows what he's doing here. I mean, Jan knows that setting up that absolutely, impervious knight on f5 is just so great.
Maybe something direct, bishop f8 with the idea h5 rook d3, and maybe it's difficult to protect this pawn.
So C3. Concretely, we go rook c6 though, right?
But rook c6, and you manage.
Rook c6,
98.
Just put your pieces in the most ugly, on the most ugly squares, and then it's gonna work.
Okay. So
maybe that is something, because that's why king e2 is played, and now I don't know what g6.
No, but with the pawn on h4, I don't think this should work, right? He just insta plays knight d6.
That position is simply
can it
difficult.
Be, Peter, can it be that kind of last 5 years something changed and Magnus started to believe in fortresses? I don't know, because it looks exactly that he's playing it passive.
Yeah, he's just claiming...
Just says, you can't really do anything.
He's just claiming this is not enough.
Yeah.
He's claiming this looks beautiful, but it's not enough. And I mean, it's an interesting theory to test, but I'm
far from sure.
I don't know. I mean, White really doesn't have any pawn breaks, so
but it's
I don't know. This is just
it is very, very, very dangerous, at least for black. Of course, no pawn breaks, but that's torture for ages, this position. Knight d6. First of all, also you can try to play takes on d6, bishop d6. You don't have to hurry playing h5. That's also another point is...
But I don't know how...
because I would love my king to c4, but it's difficult.
We can't... I don't like trading those bishops.
I
don't like trading those bishops. It's possible, but I don't like it. So I guess this is the claim, right? He just says, I understand it looks ugly, but I don't really have any weaknesses you can get to.
Let's think about the possible plan for white here. I suspect getting the knight somewhere to d5 or c6 sooner or later would be an idea. Yeah. So let's try to improve slowly the position.
And I guess actually, with the knight on e6 protecting the pawn on c7, I guess black just goes rook b8 and tries to activate the rook and to become annoying a little bit, right? Rook b8, rook b2, rook b3, all those types of moves.
Very little, annoying, but very little annoying.
Not a lot,
because there is not much, yeah. Because white has this plan of playing knight h4, knight g6 sometimes, yeah. Also, I don't know how.
Yeah. And Steve Giddens, I'm so sorry about that, Steve. Steve Giddens on YouTube is saying Geary apparently said on his broadcast that if anyone else played f6 in this position, I would say he's a noob. But Magnus is very strong and also culturally strong, which is actually a fair point. I mean, he has unbelievable knowledge of the classics. For somebody,
I understand. Yeah.
I'm still shocked. I'm not going to magically change my opinion and not be shocked by this decision. But
actually, you know what I'm considering? I'm thinking maybe strangely enough to exchange another knight. I mean, to take with a knight on f5.
Okay.
Now to d6. Maybe that is because I need my knight on that flank. Yeah? Taking with a pawn, I have big doubts.
Yeah,
so and with a bishop, then I start running. I mean, on knight a5, I start to get my knight maybe
better squares. Yeah.
Knight
a5. I don't know. Rook b. I still don't.
Rook b8. Yeah,
I still don't know what we.
No, or maybe it's just more let's say, but maybe knight on c4 is actually better than on f5, even if it looks strange. Yeah? I mean, it's like natural to have the knight on f5, but who knows? And now let's say, so what is black's next? Okay, let's put pawn on h5.
And
even though I'm not, by the way, sure I need it, but okay.
And now, I don't know why I played bishop f8, but just to assume the position, so to speak, and ask white to produce something.
It will not be so easy, but I will try to produce something, if you ask me. No, you know what? I really want maybe to keep my pawn on h4 because I want to have the idea of playing g5 after bishop f8. So, yeah, here I would go, let's say, maybe rook c6 or something of that sort. So maybe I have this g5 idea.
I'm not sure how convinced I am by trading more pieces and more pawns on the king's side. And in the meantime, Nepo actually, I will give him a lot of credit for actually considering to take with a different knight, because I think once again, like in a blitz game, the move knight c4 takes d6 takes about, fractions of a second. And he spent like 5 minutes on it, but he still ended up making those moves, which we kind of always were expecting. And now, the big question is, it looks unbelievably beautiful for white, but can you actually do anything?
May I just a second? I mean, just to illustrate that this position might be familiar. Imagine the pawn on f3 is not on f3 but on d3. You can drag it, I believe, Peter, right? I mean, just drag it to Then imagine you're looking in the mirror, and it's a Kazbat we are talking about. It's a minority attack, and then you have the knight on e6, which is supposed to be on d6, and right. In this position, you would go for d4, but since your pawn is on f3 and not d3, maybe it's not much. So g7 is actually not that weak because of the knight.
And actually, Cohesion in chat with another very, very solid point that g4, g3 here would have been a very solid move.
Yeah. And that's by the way one of the variants of chess which we've produced with DeepMind, where pawns can move backwards also. Very interesting.
But then I'm fine. I just go h7 and then g6.
That's exactly how it goes. Yeah, in those chess Yeah.
That is a fair point, yeah. But yeah, white kind of badly needs a pawn break here, and if we had access to the f4 pawn break, it would have become, I think, much harder for black to handle. But as
I think that black, what he needs is white, maybe to exchange rooks.
yeah, but I don't see
Strangely
how.
enough.
Yeah, I also came to the exact same conclusion, but I don't really understand how.
Well, maybe rook a2, let's go, and followed by rook d2 in the most. Yeah, the question is then. I mean, not. Yeah, now king d3.
Okay, so let me. But I guess you get that anyway. Yeah, like you.
You can go king a8.
Yeah, I want to go king a8, but you can go rook d2, rook b8, king d3, and once again the question will be: I either trade those rooks or I allow this setup with the king on c4, which I don't know if I like, because the king on c4 is.
Well, black might get some counterplay with rook b1, rook f1, a little attacking this pawn on f3.
Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe. It's just a very strange way of playing, but maybe it's better than it looks, even though still I don't like it and I still don't
Wait
think
a second,
it was a good
but
idea.
how far can you get if we trade the rooks and I go king d7,
Yeah.
c6?
Yeah, let's
like
That's
a check,
another question.
take on
yeah.
d2,
Let's
king
actually
d7, and
let's actually discuss
But
this.
some Sux ones might start. Yeah, king c6, you want pawn on c6. Yeah, but I will. Yeah, then I will try to transfer my bishop.
Yeah. So what would be the winning plan in this
Okay,
position?
I go to a5 somewhere. King b3, king a4, king
Yeah.
f5.
Let's assume you can get there because I could.
yeah, black just let's pretend I'm literally doing nothing. Yeah, maybe king b7, meeting king a5 with king b7 is maybe not exactly nothing.
Yeah. So what would be the way forward here for white?
That's true. It's not so easy. It's not. I mean, okay. Let's then try to keep king on c4. Probably getting there on a5 doesn't lead anywhere far. Yeah. So king on c4. You just put pawn on c6. Well, the thing is very important. How do you manage to put pawn on c6? Because once you play c6, I immediately play bishop b6. I want my bishop there. Yeah, that's maybe an option. That's maybe an idea. That it's not so easy to get the pawn on c6. I don't know. Yeah, of course it's also not. Yeah, it's maybe close to a draw. I agree, but I would be a bit concerned because sometimes, who knows, something can happen and white has a plan, and if he manages, I mean, if there is a plan, then it's really bad news for black. Even though maybe it should be a draw probably also.
Yeah, it's very depressing. I have to say, like if you can do this, it really is a kind of a spit in the eye to everything we were taught as children.
And also, it means that chess is even more drawish game than we ever seen. It's such a draw, you can even do this. You can do anything you want.
Guys, honestly, I think in this position, if black is to move after knight, no,
Okay.
I mean in the one that we just had, I don't think black loses after knight g5, bishop takes, h takes.
Oof.
I mean, I would never do this to myself, but
Even this, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you will have some kind of ideas to put me in a zugzwang.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
And I will have to be
king
careful.
a7. You have king a7, king b7.
Yeah, I will have to be careful. Like with knight on c4, I will probably have to have the bishop like on c7 and so on. But maybe even this holds. And if this holds, then nothing can be done to black's position.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, this is it actually is kind of dragging me down a little bit. Yeah, c4, c5, knight d6. I think the issue is we ignore it until then, and after knight d6 check, we go king c7, and white cannot actually afford to give up this pawn. So
yeah, but you have knight e8 check and h6. Yeah,
Ah.
I mean, even though maybe it's still a draw, but you never know.
yeah,
Black is about to be a pawn
Well,
up.
Yeah.
Just for a reference,
and it's still gonna be a
maybe
draw.
it's still a draw,
and
right?
it's still gonna be a draw because I just do this and I stay here forever.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, so Nothing can be done, yeah, in this position. What is your claims, gentlemen?
Yeah, I'm struggling to produce anything of substance here.
Okay, let's try rook a7. I mean, just to have sometimes, because I would like my bishop somewhere to b6, a5, maybe, if it works. So you stay, maybe. What is your next move? Rook b7. Oh, now I see rook b7, bishop a7, or something to cut you completely from.
Yeah.
Yeah, but king to d7.
Yeah, I'm not actually obliged to never do anything. Contractually, I am allowed to make moves, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's why maybe I still believe that it was better to keep the knight on c4 and to exchange the f5 knight, because in fact it's not doing much on f5.
It's really not. Yeah, like it's amazing how beautiful it is and how little it participates in the game, the way it is right now, which is kind of striking.
Because yeah, here with this knight there is more. Yeah, still maybe difficult, but at least it can get somewhere on the queen side. And this is very classical, you know, like, of course you always need, we are told at school, you know, h5, g4, knight to f5, that's the way you should do. But when you arrive there, you start to ask a question, what is this knight doing on f5?
Yeah. But mainly I'm just filled with, you know, sadness and regret and...
That you have started playing chess, yeah. No?
pretty much, yes.
If you would have told at the pioneers, palace that this is all good, you know, to have bishop on f8, pawns at f6, g7, h6, and that this is fine, then you probably would have chosen something else. Yeah, that's what you mean to do in life.
The problem with this hypothesis is, you know, we are thinking I can do anything else. I have sort of proven I can do this to some kind of a decent level, but everything else we have no proof for. So
yeah, it's kind of based on the assumption that I'm capable of doing something else.
Yeah, like it's unclear.
Right, but really, maybe the knight on c4 would have been better, even though I'm not sure if it kind of changes the situation drastically, but...
Yeah, but now I'm pretty sure it would have been better. Yeah, again, probably it wouldn't change that much, but I'm pretty sure actually that the knight was better on c4.
Look, so rook a5, he's trying to play rook d5 perhaps, and then crawl with the king to c4.
Yeah, we did something similar. Like rook a2 g2 is not very different to this, and apart from the
maybe the plan is to try to play c4 and maybe like that. Rook d5, rook a8.
Yeah, I quite like not even trading rooks. Honestly, I don't think we need to trade rooks at any.
King d3 c6 deserves to be shown on the board.
Yeah, beautiful.
From some, I mean, if this is really good for black, I mean, it's holding well, then it's quite, I would say, incredible how deep Magnus can go, because, I mean, it looks terrible and he knows it looks terrible. So if it was really conscious, everything he did, and he saw long in advance already by playing knight e8 that this position actually is easily holding, even though he didn't have to do it, but it still shows, how deep is here, that it's really deep, because...
Yeah. But I don't...
Peter...
I don't have to like it, though.
Yeah.
Peter, remember what was our conclusion after... I don't know which game that was, previous game, or maybe like game 3, like never question Magnus, he knows how to play chess.
Yeah, we
I think that was the bottom line.
we did suggest something along those lines, and it does seem to be proven true yet again, knowingly.
But look, I mean, he spent quite some time on this what we called weird moves, and now he's playing very fast.
Yeah.
And the feeling is like the position improves with every single move.
Yeah,
Once we've realized that, okay, it looks optically horrible, but in fact, white can't do much about it.
yeah.
Now look, I mean, rook a8, and
No,
how do you even make pro?
Yeah, but he, like the difficult decision was to just go for this, and now that he convinced himself this is holding, there's not much for him to think about. So he is playing quite quickly, and I understand why. And there really isn't very much left for him to debate, because the only piece he has that can even potentially become active is the rook. The other pieces basically, like this complex of pieces, probably will very likely never move again in this game. They don't need to. They are where they are, and those are the squares which control the most potential attacking ideas for white. So, it's now he can quite comfortably, I think, more or less blitz for quite some time. I quite like rook d1. Yeah, I think rook d1 is a clever move, because now after rook a2 check, you can play king d3, and with the rook on a1 and the rook on d2, we were talking about rook f1 being slightly annoying. With the rook on d1, black needs to take so much time to even attack the pawn on f3 once.
But I'm just thinking, the only thing, Peter, maybe then black can just go king d7 and put king on c6.
Maybe
keeping the rooks, because just in case, to keep rooks and just to have a bit of counterplay.
Yeah, to have a slightly more active king. Yeah, because white still has absolutely no entrance squares. Yeah. Yeah, fair point.
Guys, the more I look at it, I mean, it's not that I start to like black's position, but bishop d6.
It just feels fine, it just feels fine. And Jan just goes rook d2, and now I assume you just take and...
No, I don't think. Maybe. You don't take. I think, rook a1, you just keep... You're playing for a win. No, I'm kidding, of course. But it's actually white who has to, to ask black to exchange rooks. I suppose, because...
Yeah, and they got to move 40, and they got an additional hour here. So Jan now, I mean, he obviously makes a draw, I assume, both by offering it and also by going rook d1, rook d2 for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's my impression, that the game might end in rook d1, rook a2, and so on. Yeah, that might be the...
No.
Because it's true, don't see... Now already, because last few moves were also not perfect. Maybe keeping the knight on f5 was probably not the optimal decision, but even if in any case was difficult, but now I don't even see why it's white who is pretending, here.
We could try, actually, since, our current thinking is there's not much left in this game, we could try working a little bit of magic and announce like a 5-minute break to stretch and drink a drink of water or something. And maybe we will come back to the repetition, and then we don't have to talk about this position anymore. Because honestly, I'm not even entirely kidding about being sad about this. Because it does kind of fly in the face of everything. It's not really about me being completely wrong and me being, I spent at some point half an hour saying black at no point should black allow this structure, and he just allowed it, and he's going to hold very comfortably. It's not even being wrong, it's on air. It's just sort of being wrong about things in general. Kind of fundamental things in life are being proven to be incorrect right now, and it's disheartening. It's just I'm not
because sometimes when it happens, you feel like, okay, you're supposed to be a good player and so on, and in fact, sometimes you get this feeling it's a wrong one and it's exaggerating, but okay, you actually do not understand chess. In fact, you thought you do, but in fact you don't. That's a feeling I have sometimes. When I see some very logical play and computer is just refuting it and telling that this is nonsense, and then to me it looks very natural and logical, and then you start to think, it just was non-understanding ever in your chess. It was just energy, luck, calculation.
Like.
But in reality, you didn't really understand chess,
my
friend. Yeah, that's more or less the feeling you have sometimes.
Yeah, and definitely this position is inspiring some of those feelings right now, because like, why isn't this better for White? It's just not fair.
Mm-hmm.
And seriously, I would like a bit of a stretch. So feels like taking a bit of a break here is not the worst idea in the world. So we'll be back either to the thrilling conclusion of this game or potentially a repetition already on the board by the time we are back on air. Stay with us though. I'll play you some more Henrik interviews, which are always very nice, and we'll be back in a bit.
You play chess? You want to know all the secrets of Grandmasters? You want to watch all current tournaments and know everything about chess history? Levitov Chess World is much more than everything above. Unique documentaries about Garry Kasparov, Vladimir Kramnik, and many other legends of chess. Streams from the biggest tournaments. World Championship, Magnus versus Nepomniachtchi, commented by Peter Svidler, Evgenij Miroschnichenko. The Candidates Tournament, Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Exclusive interviews, Daniil Dubov, Viswanathan Anand, Jean-Christophe Duda, Alexander Grishuk, and of course, awesome educational videos with elite international chess coaches. Play chess, love chess, and subscribe now. New video every week. Turn on notifications and don't miss all the exciting moments of the chess world.
A cousin of Magnus. He was very talented as a young boy. He started reading very early, 3 years, etc., and he was very analytically advanced at young age. This meant that my eldest children, Elle and Magnus, they are slightly younger than the cousin, and I might have had unreasonable expectations about what was normal. So I considered Elle and Magnus very normal in a sense, but in retrospect, for instance, the fact that Magnus, he knew all the car brands when he was 2, and he would point to a car and say exactly which car brand it was long before I could see it, when he was 2.5 years old. And he was doing puzzles. All the kids were doing puzzles. They could do a 50-piece puzzle when they turned 2, or before they turned 2. And Magnus did huge puzzles when he was 3, etc. And he did these huge Legos when he was 4. And he had these interests which he pursued for hours and hours at the time, very, very occupied and very focused. And again, I considered this quite normal, partly because of their cousin who had these same traits. But in retrospect, it did make sense when I said to my wife, because I was an amateur chess player and I wanted to start to play chess again as the kids were starting to grow up a little. So I told my wife, I think just before Magnus turned 5, that I think maybe he could be a good chess player, since he has some of these the qualities that you normally see in chess players. And then, but when I tried to teach him chess, he was about, maybe he turned 5 around that time. And both he and Elle, it was difficult for them. I had heard, for instance, or read that Capablanca, supposedly he watched his father play chess with a friend when Capablanca was 4 years old, and he's supposed to have picked up the rules by watching the games, and he pointed out that his father made mistake move, and then he went on to beat his father twice. Magnus and Ellen, they were not like that at all. I mean, they could understand the rules fairly quickly, and they were nice, interested children, but how to make two pieces work together is very difficult, I think. And that took a long time, so I was not pursuing chess very much with them, and I didn't have any ambitions anymore, fortunately. Which meant that when Magnus really started to get interested in chess, when he was close to 8 years old, I was not pushing in a way, so it was his interest, his thing. So he started to sit by the chessboard at home in the winter when he turned 8, and he was, I could see that he was playing through games from both sides, and he sometimes when I showed him something, he would repeat it, and then he would play an interesting game where he would allow black to make a mistake so that he could have a nice combination. So that when he was playing his first children tournament at 8.5, he was still more or less a beginner, but he was learning fast. So after then doing okay, he already won the under 11 championship 1 year later when he was 9.5, and then he really made a lot of progress. So the odd thing was that I did understand, and I should have understood, that he did indeed have a lot of what it would take to be a chess player. But I was completely wrong about the progress needed or expected from young children. Because chess takes time, it's very complex. I think I told my wife when he was 5 that maybe he can become a grandmaster. I mean, which was something quite huge for me. And but then I didn't think about that until Simon Agdestein. He looked through a game that Magnus had played against one of his students at the top athletes college. And Magnus had played this game in his first 1 week adult tournament at Gausdal in January 2000. Magnus was 9, and they had played a draw. And Agdestein was quite impressed, and he offered that his assistant Torbjørn Hansen, an FM at the time, now a GM, he could give Magnus some lessons, maybe a couple of times a month, if Magnus wanted, and he told.
Okay, guys, it worked. So I'm going to cut Henrik off a little bit here because I'm very happy that the magic is still going strong. And also, while I was doing the stretching, I realized I have a perfect picture which kind of illustrates what I think about this defensive setup and the result of this defensive setup for Magnus. So, behold the absolute glory of this.
So our theory about you, Peter, having the superpowers.
It seems to be holding true, yeah. It seems to be holding true.
To end
and
the game in the World Championship on demand.
Honestly,
It works.
today I'm quite happy about it because I like the worst thing about this particular setup from Magnus would be if we had to actually watch this continue for another hour and a half. And I'm quite happy we didn't have to, but yeah, but I definitely identify with the local man there in that picture, which actually Miro sent to me, so thank you. I showed the local man picture on stream just now because I thought it was very appropriate to kind of demonstrate my feelings about when I saw what happened. I absolutely lost all ability to can. Not very much to say about this game that we haven't said already. Felt like maybe Jan had some options somewhere around move 20 to present more problems and to ask more questions of Magnus. But after that, I don't think Jan made any mistakes. We thought, like, if even this position is nothing, then like this always felt like exactly this structure is the absolute maximum you could get with white. And if even that is a draw, then I don't think we could criticize any of Jan's decisions in, let's say, once the queens came off. Do I still think f6 was bad? As I said, like, I don't really mind looking very stupid on stream. I will say that you kind of need to be extremely strong to be able to identify positions where you can afford to do this. I think it's like, this is one of those don't try this at home type situations.
It's exactly what I wanted to say now, Peter, that yeah, this is something, don't try it at home. Don't play f6 yourself just because Magnus have played it, because he have played it because he's extremely deep player and he understood that in this particular position, this move is fine. That is fine. But still, I believe that in most of situations, it's better not to do it. So you have to be a player of caliber, if not Magnus, but a really top player to, to make this move. Because again, he just understood that this is this 10% of positions where it's fine, but still 90% of positions not fine. So I agree that, yeah, I can only admit that actually I'm quite, I would say, puzzled and I'm impressed. I'm really impressed by Magnus. Even if, yeah, again, I think that there was easier way, simpler way to equalize, but I'm impressed that he did it, and he did it definitely, and he understood. He went so deep in the position that he understood that this is exactly the case where he can do it and there is no problem. So in a way, I'm impressed. Yeah, but again, don't try this at home. That's my conclusion. And that's my advice for all other chess players who are not Magnus Carlsen. And most of chess players are not.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. So yeah, this concludes I guess our coverage of this game. Once again, if we talk about like outcomes of the opening and so on, I quite like what Jan is doing. Jan once again, I think, had a pretty promising position somewhere around move 20. We were definitely not using engines here, so we don't really know what like the absolute top engines think about this. But our feeling definitely was that this is not fun for black, and if you play precisely, you can probably pose quite a few problems here. Maybe it was this move c4, maybe it was the move knight f5, but rook e d1 turned out to be a little bit too slow, and Magnus defended quite well after it. And also, as Vladimir was saying during the live show, probably the sequence of h6, knight e7, knight g6 was maybe not the most precise, because this position doesn't look bad at all for black, and this position kinda does. And there's only 3 moves between them.
There are always some spots under the sun, yeah, but all in all, yeah, it's true. It's very difficult to beat Magnus, yeah, in a positional play. Well, just even if he makes some little inaccuracies, but then he's defending well. So basically, to win against him in such a positional, game, you need to be extremely precise, like from the beginning till the end. So you see one little inaccuracy, rook e d1, not totally obvious, and then it's already very difficult to do something. Yeah. So, but okay, it's a world championship match. I guess nobody expects that it's going to be easy winning games.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, what's your big takeaway here, Miro?
Nothing. Should try to unbalance the game a little bit earlier. Or rather, not should, but probably should have if he was planning to play for a win seriously. And you're absolutely right. That was the key position where
we think this is probably the point. Yeah. And Neil in chat was saying that both knight f5 and c4 were interesting, and also very, very mysteriously to me somehow king h2 here. which really puzzles me. I have no idea how you play King H2 in this position. Like,
It's a good move.
it's a fantastic move in particular because like your opponent will spend, will burn some additional time picking his jaw off of the floor, and that's always useful because like some of the machine suggestions these days just cannot be translated into human language, I think.
But now I think once this move is shown, I understand now.
Tell
I
me.
think what's the point. I think the point is after bishop e6 that you play knight f5 and maybe followed by g4. Maybe. Let's say knight e7, g4. Maybe that is the idea. And then sometimes if take on f5, gf, you have rook g1, something like of this sort. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But again, it's first of all, it doesn't look killing anyway.
And also it's impossible to play.
Yeah, and secondly, it's just unplayable. Yeah, it's just difficult to play like this.
I don't think like if you give me 15 tries here, it probably doesn't enter the list even if you give me like 15 moves to guess.
In a 1 minute game, it can be
close to the clock.
just,
Yeah, but the clock is on the left side though. The clock is under your left hand. So,
but seriously, all in all, in anyways, rook d1 was an accuracy. That is pretty clear. We can conclude. And then I still have a feeling maybe sometime around knight e8, knight f8, maybe white could have posed a bit more problems. But in any case, it seems that it was much. I was not sure about king f1 move, by the way. So it was much less pleasant than it looked, So in fact, was much closer to a draw than somehow you think after knight e8, knight f8.
Yeah, that's fair. So they get the rest day now, and then they. Hang on a second. We had an answer to that on a recent stream, but I don't remember. Do they swap colors in the middle or don't?
No,
they don't. Yeah. Okay.
Well, in any case, it's only game 5.
Yeah,
so...
I mean, 6 will be played with obviously Magnus is white day after tomorrow, but the question is he also white in game 7? But I think
there are 14 games, so game 7 he will be for sure. Then the question is game 8. Yeah. The question is who is playing what by game 8, but game 8 will be quite far, but still far away.
And chat confirms that no swaps this time around, so strict white black sequence. So Magnus now has 2 whites and 2 whites and 1 black in the next 3 game sequence, and we'll obviously try something. Do you expect him to continue switching between e4 and d4, or do you think he will finally actually commit to something and play the same move in both of his white games on the weekend?
Hard to say. I think he will try to find an idea in Petrov. That is, I'm sure about it. And my guess would be that he will repeat e4, and he will, if Nepomniachtchi is going to play Petrov again, that he might try to find some little something in this opening, especially considering the fact that during his match against Fabiano Caruana, he definitely analyzed a lot, so probably had some ideas here and there, and enough time now, a couple of days to work on them, to refresh them, and to find something new. So that would be my guess, but you never know.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would say 4 in game 6 and game 8, we don't know. Our chat appears to think he will just go 1 c4 and try to get a game, which I think is sort of also not impossible, but he hasn't been doing that very much, I think, in his matches. I think in the matches he generally with white actually tries to ask some concrete questions more than just put the position on the board and play when he plays.
Yes, and also we shouldn't forget that the score is equal. He is not really having openings problems with black. I mean, not really. So why to start? It's only game 6. Why to start playing some complicated, unclear positions when you can still give it a try a couple of times in d4, in e4, and then you are holding black, and then you see how it continues. Because also when you play c4 just to get a game, you can also lose this game. Yeah, I mean, when the game gets complicated with lots of pieces, like in the game 2, yeah, it was in some danger.
Yeah,
definitely.
absolutely. Yeah.
So it looks like against Jan, well, he wants, that's my feeling, he wants to play the most classical, the most solid classical way. And I guess there is no reason for him not to continue, at least at this moment of time, not to continue his strategy. I mean, nothing is wrong, you know, in the match for him. So why not to stick to what you do, and then you see if it doesn't work for another couple of white games, then you start to think what to do next. Yeah.
And Miro, as a kind of a, you were the earliest on this channel. I mean, on the Russian channel, but on Levitov Chess in general. And Levitov Chess always has been famous for, you know, little wagers at the ends of streams and things like that. So, what's your?
So you want me to come up with a bold prediction? Yeah. Actually, was thinking how to put it. I mean, I want to, you know, to cover a broad range. So I want to say it's gonna be something English themed. So it can be English opening,
Or English attack,
or London system, or English attack.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Yeah, it seems like, at least to me, it seems like there's no reason to abandon e4. In particular, you know, if you compare game 2 and game 4, I think the absolute mainline classical Catalan probably offers you less, I think, these days than the Petrov. In particular, the system of the Petrov that Jan played. And I said that during the stream, and I will say that again. I don't think the line that Jan played against Magnus is dead at all. I think there's plenty there to investigate. And if the plan from Jan, which we kind of, you know, you have to assume he didn't just play something just to confuse Magnus in game, like in the first game where he saw e4. So if the plan is to actually play the bishop d6 Petrov, there is plenty of very lively positions there I think you can aim for.
Yeah, or if not lively, but risk-free and with some venom, where black needs to play at least a few accurate moves to, you know, to hold it. So yeah, that seems to be nowadays modern chess, in the modern theory. It seems to be that, I mean, Petrov is something where you can, especially again considering that in comparison with Fabiano Caruana, Jan doesn't have such a big experience in Petrov. So I guess you can try to find some little idea here and there. So that, yeah, that would be my guess. So if you are a British, you have a British guess. Me, I'm Russian, and okay, I would go for Petrov. I mean, I would predict that we will see Petrov in the next.
Yeah,
game.
I think game 6 is likely to be another Petrov, but yeah, we'll see on Friday. Today is a day off for all of us, and obviously the players as well, to catch a breath a bit. Thanks everybody for watching, and yeah, we'll see you on Friday hopefully, and yeah, cheers.